Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. So we have some severe weather going on across the country. Most of the country, you know, north and as much you go north, I didn't make any sense. As you go north, it gets more and more severe with the snow in different areas. So I'm gonna be talking about what's going on. It seems it's very big, very big. All right, and shout out to all of you and hanging out with us. So I'm just going to talk about some updates about the severe weather going on across the country, and maybe after that, watch some trial stuff. All right. So here it goes. The winter storm impacts is heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain are widespread across the country, and cities in New York City, Boston, and parts of Ohio are experiencing heavy snowfall and travel chaos. A lot of times when it snows, or maybe most of the time when it snows, it makes the roads inaccessible, especially with ice. It can cause slipping of the vehicles and people. Now up north, they're more prepared for it than the southern states when these things happen, but even up north, they're having a problem with it. I remember as the day was coming to this day from last night, everybody on YouTube in different parts of the northern hemisphere reporting lots of snow and very cold conditions. So New York City, Boston, and Ohio are examples experiencing chaos with snowfall. The crippling ice. A severe to catastrophic ice storm is affecting the South and Mid Atlantic with significant accumulation reported in Nashville, North Carolina, and Texas. Central and Southwest Louisiana under an ice storm warnings with up to 0.75% inches of ice expected. And ice is very, as I said, very slippery. Like if someone's walking through snow and make a path, and then the pathway becomes like a very slippery fine ice, and it causes people to slip. It's very difficult to walk on, even with boots. Walking through fresh snow is usually better, but there's lots of slippering. So if you just have ice in general, you just have a lot of. It looks like a wet ground, but it's actually very slippery. Dangerous cold. Arctic air is expected to across the east and Midwest. Wind chills could drop to negative 50 Fahrenheit. Northern and central plains. And in Celsius, this is. Let's see. It would be 10 Celsius. Negative 10 Celsius. For those in Celsius. Alright, severe weather in the south. There's an active threat of severe storms, including tornadoes and damaging winds across the Gulf Coast in Georgia. Some friends in Georgia were telling me about that. It's going to get severe. It's severe ice and rain. Some parts further up north would, as I said, like Kentucky has snow, which is north of Georgia. But yeah, I was hearing that they were going to have some very bad weather that hasn't been seen since the 70s. Power outages. Over 1 million people are currently without power, primarily due to ice and heavy snow. It's basically like a Arctic hurricane. Like down south, there's hurricanes that cause problems to people. This is really catastrophic with 1 million people currently without power. That is very severe. I remember earlier when the storm was coming in, it reminded me similar to a hurricane because it was so lots of wind, dancing trees. It was very severe this morning. Let's see, change this. Right here. Alright, so getting this back together. Here we go. Sure, get all my gears together. Alright. Because I remember when I saw it right before I was going live, I saw that it was going to be. That many without power is quite, a very serious storm, because it's almost like we're in an ice age. It seems. Across the country. Flight cancellations. More than 10,000 flights have been canceled due to bitter cold and storm conditions. The hazardous roads, winter conditions have left vehicles stranded across the north, east, and south. Zero says, I saw your Jody Aris warning light. Thanks for remembering. I didn't want to be around when you did that one. Oh, okay, Zero. Yeah, I am going to do that trial probably tomorrow, I suppose. But I just saw all this coming out about the weather. Like, right when I was going live, I saw these headlines. And I know the weather was bad since yesterday. It was going to be bad, so this is something I had to cover. Hazardous roads. Winter conditions have left vehicles stranded across the north and southeast. And let's see why this is happening. Alright. Okay, the reason why this is occurring the way it is, it's caused by a rare and powerful collision of several major meteorological factors. Stretched polar vortex. The primary driver of the extreme cold is disrupted polar vortex. Typically, this system of frigid Arctic air stays in a compact circle over the North Pole. However, a sudden stratospheric warming event caused it to stretch into an oval shape, acting as a funnel that spilled the Siberian and Arctic air directly into central and eastern U.S. Moisture from two streams. Intensity of the snow and ice is due to the Arctic air mass colliding with massive amounts of moisture from two different sources. From the Gulf, warm, moist air is surging north. Atmospheric river, the dense moisture from the Pacific Ocean is blowing across the southern central plains. When freezing Arctic air meets the warm, humid air from the Gulf, it creates a violet boundary. It's similar to, like, throwing tomatoes at a wall and it's splattering. So yeah, when the hot and the cold meet up, it causes this the weather to glitch out. In my opinion, I'm not a meteorologist or anything like that, but in some situations when you have the hot and cold air mixing together, it can start a tornado, and as they spin around each other. In some circumstances. Right. Ice storm occurs the narrow corridor currently over the South and Mid-Atlantic, where warm air sits above a shallow layer of freezing air at the ground. Rain falls through the warm air but freezes instantly upon hitting the surfaces, creating catastrophic and ice accumulation. Climate influence, La Nina. Hola, Do. It's great to see you. Welcome. The winter of 25 and 26 has been influenced by La Nina conditions. While La Nina often brings warmer winters to the south, it often makes the jet stream more wavy, which increases likelihood of sudden polar disruptions that send. Oh, thank you, Do. Which increases likelihood of sudden polar disruptions that send intense bursts of cold air much further south than usual. These articles explain how you see. Yeah, this is a explanation about La Nina. Let's see. I won't explain that for you all probably. Well, I want to get clear here is not that the Arctic vortex. Hello, Moki. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a nice day. So we're talking about the severe weather. The other night, around talking to different friends and people on YouTube, different places. Oh, that's cool of her to see your live earlier. Okay, I'll have to go and check that out. All right, and yeah, shout out to Moki. She's very cool. Okay, so through a chain through a chain of atmospheric disruptions, often referred to as Arctic amplification. As of January 26, researchers are linking these specific processes to severe winter weather currently impacting the United States. The increased temperature gradient. The Arctic warming nearly 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. This rapid, allegedly, uh, reduces the temperatures differences between the cold and North Pole and warm mid latitude, which has declined approximately 40% since 1979. The weakening of the jet stream, the temperatures contrast the engine that drives the polar jet stream. The contrast fades the jet stream's westerly windows of winds slow down and become unstable. Let's go here. Weakening of the jet stream. This temperature contrast engine that drives the polar jet stream. As contrast fades, the jet stream westerly winds slow down and become unstable. Wave your atmospheric patterns. Much like slow-moving river, a weakened jet stream begins to meander in large north-south undulations. These waves create a blumps of energy that can travel upward from lower stratosphere into the stratosphere. All right, and vortex displacement. The stretching is upward energy. The stretch displace northward, word. Oh yeah, the space yetis are at fault for that. I agree. I agree. Absolutely. Loss of sea ice feedback. Record low sea ice in the regions like Barents and Caraces creates a bubbles of heat that add further energy to these atmospheric waves, effectively leading to dice for the vortex to stretch toward US and Eurasia. Mitigation and preparedness. Don't be scared, be prepared, as they say. For extreme weather events such as the current storm is emergency kits, obviously. Maintain a stay box with 7 day supply of non-perishable food, 1 gallon of water per person per day, flashlight batteries, and necessary medications. Home winterization. Insulate water lines along exterior walls, caulk and weather strip doors and windows to help keep Arctic walls properly insulated and retained. Like over where Mermaid is, she got snow over there. Well, everybody got snow, like in the rest of the country, pretty much. But yeah, it was piling up. It's over time. Like some people I was talking to, it wasn't snowing, and then it started snowing like in the morning. Install the monthly test battery operation carbon monoxide detectors and smoke alarms as secondary heating source. Pipe protection, which that could cost a lot of money if people have their pipes broken. That's why you usually will have them covered and have the faucets dripping a little bit. That's good too. Ah. Okay, conservation. If heat is limited, close off if needed. And stuff towels and underdoor cracks to preserve warmth in a single living area. Infrastructure and community mitigation. Yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah. I like how he says grounds. Strengthening public buildings to meet or exceed codes for wind, flood, or extreme temperature resistance. Vegetation management. Proactively trimming the trees or removing dead branches near home and power lines. Prevent outages during high winds or heavy ice accumulation. All right, Moki, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah. Warming centers. Local governments establish community shelters with backup power for those that can't safely heat their homes. Utilizing data forecasting and wireless emergency alerts to provide specific, accountable information to verify to vulnerable populations. You see, the other day, early this morning, some friends and I are talking about the different radios you could use for communication. And there's ham radios, there's CB radios, etc. And those are good to have during the apocalypse or situations like this when mainstream communication is either you want privacy or you want to talk and communicate when all the radios and the infrastructure is out. Hello, Mermaid. Oh, welcome to the stream. Mermaid, how's it going over there with the snow? Because I'm hearing on the news that it's piled up quite a bit in your region. Right now, and one of my friends in Georgia was saying it was going to be colder than it ever has been since '70s. Like so, it's a historic event. Like last year, we had historic snow. I did a live stream about it. Uh, a year ago, exactly a year ago. I was outside with the peeps, and that was a cool stream. Well, no pun intended, because I'd say it was a cold stream. in a way. But yeah, I definitely we've been having some historic weather patterns, indeed, and it's because of the La Nina, by the way. Our supply chain planning businesses are increasingly investing in climate smart technologies. Okay, so Raid said, I see it melted here, but it was so nice last night. I went and outside and it looked like morning. It was crazy looking. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because the snow, it has a reflection to it, obviously. And I remember looking at the snow. It's like when it snowed throughout my life, but not in large quantities, and always melted away. Because I had some historic snow of last year, exactly a year ago. Like a year ago, it would be snow piled up outside, and it looked like so many sparkles and like crystals in it. It was quite incredible. And I remember how knowing from seeing it face to face really closely, it certainly has like a reflectors in it. Hello, Millennial for Christ. It's been a while since I've seen you. I believe I've seen you before. Let's do this. Give you down in Florida here. It's 73 Fahrenheit tonight. Haley and Ben, a minute. How are you doing? You have a beer now? Yep. We'll pray for those without power from the winter storm. No joke. Happy belated New Year. Well, happy belated New Year to you too. It's nice to see you again. It has been about a minute. I have been doing well. The channel has been expanding and growing. I have been focused a lot on trials and trial chat, and I'm still going over and calling into the other show, and not as frequently as I did, but I'm still involved with it over ABL. And I also have been covering some pretty cool trials this year. Last year we did the depth trial. We did a couple different things. So it has been a very active time, and I've been doing well and learning things and expanding the channel. And how are you? I hope that you're doing well as well. Okay, and let's see. I hope you're. I quit teaching librarian. I see the snow once for a few years, but I have Florida. I can't handle anything below 65. Oh yeah, some people can't handle the snow. Could be. I mean, the cold weather could be. It's like knives, and some people, for various reasons, really have an issue with it, which is understandable. One of my neighbors has a problem with it, but it gets too cold. So yeah, just stay warm as possible, and yeah, the snow is very nice to look at and see, but it can be very slippery and it can have tedious things about it too. So it's nice you're a librarian. You do good at that. Yeah, that's good. I guess it's very nice and quiet and peaceful in there while you do with the books and stuff. Because libraries are usually quite quiet. Yeah. So I'm glad that you came by and told me hello and gave me an update what's going on. It's been said an active year for me last year and this year too. All right, Mermaid said, "I see." She said, "Oh guys, I looked. It's so cool. At like 2 a.m. I took videos of it, but it was insane feeling like in heaven. I'm in New Mexico, so it's warm sorta and super cold at night. Yeah, Mermaid, because it's like a desert. That's how deserts are. Yeah. Of Thanks for filling us in about that, Mermaid. Absolutely. The Depp Heard trial was the first celeb trial I've ever followed closely. As woman, I rooted for Depp. Have you seen following? You seen me following the OJ trial? I was a toddler then. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the OJ trial was a very cool suggestion by Mogi, and we have been watching it since last month, and not every single day. We're not gonna like watch it every single day. We have a variety of different things, but we've been watching it uh, quite frequently, and I just am learning about it. I wasn't around back then, but I think that it was very publicized. It was a circus. I They do a lot of things in that trial that they do not do now, and they made it into a spectacle. I think he was most likely one that did it. So the Dream Team did well, but the time period was quite wild with Rodney King, with that time he was the brutality that happened, and there was riots over it, and in the other parts of it, of the trial, not the trial, but of the climate at the time, and the LAPD being Timu, according to some, it wasn't that great. So yeah, I definitely think it was a very wild trial. It was a circus. It was very publicized. It was very interesting to watch and learn. And the computers and technology were quite wild too. All right, Millennial says, can G in Tennessee have even a little bit of winter storm? I'm glad it's not dipping into Alabama, Florida. Yeah, you see, so Peach over in Georgia was talking about what's happening, and people, the roads are supposed to be cleared out for the ice storm that's happening. The severe weather that's going on, and there's roads are very iced up. They're supposed to be fixed, but it wasn't fixed, and some of the trucks are slipping on the roads. There's apparent outages that was going to be happening, and they're worried about the farm animals, worried about the power going out, etc. So the heavy winds. So yeah, it's not common for Georgia to have something this severe happen. Same thing with Tennessee. It's something that's uncommon for them. Like when it snowed here last year, we got snowed in, and it caused the city to shut down. So yeah, it's difficult on the southern states to go through something of this magnitude. And the polar vortex from Siberia is dipping into our region in the United States. So that's what's causing this to go out of whack like that. And there's over 1 million without power, and prayers for them. So yeah, they're handling it. They're going through it, but they're not as used to this type of weather, and not maybe as prepared as they should be, because they had a hurricane that happened in West Virginia, and it may not have been West Virginia. There's a hurricane last year, the year before, that went through Georgia and those other states, and it knocked their power out for months and months. So this could also cause a problem too, and it did. So yeah, I don't know how prepared they are for that. Yeah, not really. Even up north in New York City, in Ohio, they're having a catastrophic problem right now, and their roads are all stuck, and they're even suffering with it. So if the northern states are in problem with snow and the weather, the southern states really are scared. So yeah, it's a very rough on the south, and even rough on the north at the moment. I was saying earlier, it's like a winter hurricane that hit the whole country up north. Reasons why it didn't snow down here at this time was the snow hit. Usually for it to snow where I am, you have to have moisture from the Gulf come up, and then you have to have some wind shear hit all at the same time for it to snow in the region. So usually it happens every 10 years or so. It could happen more frequently depending on how the weather patterns conduct themselves. But yeah, that's everything. Just kind of has to meet up at the right moment for it to click. Now, there's moisture from the Gulf that was actually going farther up north. So, of course, if it's way up north, it can't be where I am. So that's what it was causing this heavy, heavy snow up there. Like, the people are getting very snowed in, etc. Yeah. And let's see. And going to this other region. Let's see. So during the ongoing historical winter storm on January 25, the highest recorded snowfall is totaled to 31 inches in Bonito Lake in New Mexico. So Bonito Lake has the most inches of snow at the moment, or I should say the highest inches of snow. As I was saying, the highest amount of snow, the most inches is Bonito Lake in New Mexico at the moment, at 31 inches of snow. And other significant snowfall leaders across the country include Colorado, 23 inches, recorded near Crested Butte. That sounded funny the way I said that. Pennsylvania, 17 inches. Grove City, 15 inches. In Midland, New Jersey, 17 inches. In Stockholm, Ohio, 16 inches. West Virginia, 16 inches. Indiana, 14 inches. Connecticut, 14 inches. New York, 13.1 inches. Washington Heights, Manhattan, 13, including New Albany too. So those are the top places with the highest snow count of inches. Okay, let's see. And the states with the most outages are, as of late, as of this evening, more than, as I said, a million customers across the United States without power due to massive winter storm. The outages are concentrated primarily in South and Mid-Atlantic regions where catastrophic ice accumulation has downed trees and power lines. Okay, so as Millennial and I were talking about the power outages, it's interesting where the power outages are happening. The following states have reported highest number of customers without electricity as of this Sunday evening. All right, so Tennessee, over 310,000. You see, we mentioned Tennessee. That has the highest amount of people with people with no power. Hardest hit particularly in Nashville and Memphis. Mississippi, over 146,000. Louisiana, 125,000. Significant impact on Shreveport and Monroe. Texas, over 70,000. Georgia, over 68,000. Heavily concentrated in North Georgia and Atlanta. Kentucky, over 56,000. South Carolina, 40,000. West Virginia, 33,000. All right, so those are the states that are having power outages at the moment. Minor to moderate outages ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands have also been reported in Alabama, North Carolina, Virginia, Arkansas, in Missouri. The majority of these failures are attributed to heavy freezing rain deposits on inch of ice transmissions and lines and trees. Alright, so let's see what challenges the utility crews are facing at the moment. During the ongoing historic winter storm on January 25, 26, utility crews are facing a harrowing challenge that differs significantly from standard snow restoration. Primary challenges delaying restoration efforts include treacherous access to impassable roads. Icy road conditions are preventing response teams from physically reaching damaged infrastructure in areas like Kentucky, Mississippi. Road crews have had to focus on clearing fallen trees just to allow utility vehicles to pass. Active snapping hazards. Crews in the South have reported that the trees are actively snapping and falling around linemen while they are working in bucket trucks. This creates a vicious cycle where repairs are often destroyed by falling limbs as soon as they are completed. A lot of these areas are heavily wooded, so you have a heavily wooded area. It's going to cause even more problems. It delays it even more. Like, it's also dangerous putting people's lives on the line as well. Extreme weights on equipment. Even a half inch of ice adds hundreds of pounds of weight to power lines, causing them to sag or snap without any wind at all. At 1 inch of accumulation, poles and cross arms themselves begin to break under the sheer physical stress. Personal shortages because of the storm's massive geographic scale affecting 200 million people. Utilities have fewer personnel to dispatch for mutual aid as much are needed to address disruptions in their own home and territories. Dangerous working conditions, as I said a moment ago. Yeah. Linemen must manage cold stress hazards, including frostbite. Oh, good, Moki. Good. My friend Peach, she has relatives in Kentucky. Uh, they were concerned about the snow also. I, I don't know how she is exactly how their Kentucky relatives are doing, but I'm glad to hear yours in the region that they're in the state are didn't get it as bad as they thought. Because people were saying in that region, that general region, it was going to be like a historic, uh, unseen record low temperatures and snow. Like it's like the ice age basically. So thank you, Moki, for that update. Yeah. So dangerous working conditions, linemen must manage cold stress hazards, including frostbite and hypothermia, requiring frequent indoor breaks that slow the overall pace of repairs. Refreezing complications. Forecasts for persistent freezing temperatures into the next week mean that any daytime melting will refreeze the black ice, further complicating restorations in south for days. Now, referring to Kentucky and Georgia are facing severe disruptions from Winter Storm Fern, with both governors declaring a state of emergency to manage the widespread power outages and hazards to travel. All right, so over in Ryan Hall, y'all show there was a the governor on up the north, and they were talking about how they're preparing for the storm, etc. That was pretty cool to see. A government official on the guy's stream. That's pretty cool. All right, so let's see how these states handled it. So this is referring to Kentucky. So heavy snow and icy south. Kentucky is experiencing a treacherous mix of snow in the north and freezing rain in the south. Power outages. Over 55,000 households are currently without power. The hardest hit areas are in southern and eastern Kentucky, specifically in Pulaski and Barron and Laurel counties. Snowfall. Louisville has received 3 to 6 inches of snow, with local airport recording 3.4 inches by midday Sunday. Lexington officials warn the storm could be among the top 10 snow events in the city since 1887. Travel roads across the state are snow and slick. In Lexington alone, the police responded to over 140 weather-related incidents on Sunday. You know, people gotta be careful on these roads, and maybe not even go out at all. It's because these roads are just not prepared for what was coming. Emergency response. Gov. Andy Besher noted that ice accumulations exceeded expectations, and 113 warming centers have been opened across the Commonwealth. All right, Georgia, catastrophic ice and snowstorms. Loki said my cousin's pool froze. Hi, it's now your cousin has a skating ring in the backyard. I'm scared. All right, Georgia is grappling with major storm in the north and threat of tornadoes in the central and southern parts of the state. Power outages. Over 100,000 customers lost power in North Georgia on Sunday afternoon, while crews have restored service to roughly 70,000. Tens of thousands remain in the dark as new outages occur due to falling trees and high winds. Icing. As an ice storm warning remains in effect for areas north I-20, including Metro Atlanta, ice accumulation between 100 has 0.25 and 1 inch are forecasted, making travel impossible. Severe weather. Central Georgia faces slight risk for damaging winds and brief tornadoes through Sunday evening. Travel and schools. Falling trees have forced the closure of parts of 24 state routes. Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport has seen hundreds of flights cancellations, and most Metro Atlanta schools have canceled classes for Monday. All right, so after the winter storm passes, uh, so tomorrow, it's predicted that both states are going to face prolonged periods of hazardous cold that will hinder recovery efforts and keep the travel dangerous. I am glad that I grew my winter plants because they're going to, although I'm in a state that's, a little bit south from them, I'm still going to get the cold too. I'm getting it also. So in this scenario, the plants that I was growing are winter plants. So
Yay.
I just did it just in time. By the way, I did just in time. Extreme low temperatures. Arctic air will surge in behind the storm, with temperatures potentially dropping below zero by Monday morning after the highs on Monday may remain in the single digits. Dangerous wind chills. Wind chills are forecast to reach 20 Fahrenheit to negative 20. Okay, negative 20 Fahrenheit to negative 25 Fahrenheit through Tuesday's morning. And let's see, this way. Okay, let's go here. Refreeze hazard. Because of the persistent deep freeze, heavy snow and ice accumulations will not melt, extending hazardous roads and conditions for several days. Allegedly, for those that believe in aliens, some aliens like the colder weather, and like the spaceships are actually very cold, uh, from accounts. They say like a freezer, kind of like a robot. Next storm threat: minimal snowfall could return as early as Wednesday or Thursday. Prolonged icing. While precipitation ends Monday, temperatures will stay seasonally low, preventing the catastrophic ice accumulation in North Georgia from melting. Refreeze cycle. Officials warn that lingering moisture will refreeze Monday morning, making bridges and overpasses particularly dangerous. Fridge lows. Atlanta is expected to reach high of 34 Fahrenheit on Monday before dipping into the teens overnight. North Georgia is going to be cold weather advisory, which will be 0 to 15 degrees. All right, so those are for Kentucky and Georgia. All right. As freezing temperatures and persistent. Okay, so this is what households with lingering cold should do. As freezing temperatures and persistent ice remain after the storm, households should focus on safety, retaining heat, and preventing further damage. Staying safe and warm indoors. Dress in layers, wearing multiple layers of loose, lightweight clothing, a hat, and mittens to trap body heat effectively. Wool and fleece fabrics are better insulators than cotton. Consolidate in one room. Close doors and vents to unused rooms and gather household members and single interior room to pool body heat. Conserve warmth. Use towels and rags to seal off drafts and under doors, and cover windows with blankets at night. All right, and Moki says hi to Millennial. Yeah, it's nice to see Millennial again. It's been a while. It's probably I think like it's like last year around this time. And so yeah, shout out to her. Only indoor use indoors related special heaters. Alright, safe heating sources. Only use indoor rated space heaters that have an automatic shut off switch and non glowing elements, keeping at least 3 feet away from drapes, furniture, and bedding and other flammable materials. Never use generators or gas charcoal grills, camp stoves, or ovens indoors to generate heat. That is true, by the way. As the fumes are deadly and can cause carbon monoxide poisoning. During hurricanes, they say to not do that, and there's people that do that and cause a problem. Cause people to die. Some people have died over that in hurricanes. Ensure working carbon monoxide detectors and smoke alarms on every level of your home. Protect Timu and Sheen pipes. Allow indoor faucets to drip continuously to keep water moving and prevent pipes from freezing. Open cabinet doors beneath kitchen and bathroom sinks to allow warmer air to circulate around plumbing. If a deep, if I just said if a deep, if a pipe, I don't know where I got deep from. If a pipe does freeze, do not use an open flame or torch to thaw. Use warm air from an electrical hairdryer instead. Millennial says to Moki, no worries, stepped away to take out the trash. Oh, that's cool. Alright, stay off icy surfaces. Avoid walking on ice as much as possible. As many. Oh, she's back in the news. Yeah, scared. Scared. And. Alright, so stay off icy roads. Avoid walking on ice as much as possible, as many injuries result from slips and falls. If you must go outside, use rock, salt, or sand on walkways and wear insulated boots with good traction, taking slow and short steps. Uh oh. Uh oh. She's back in the news. Uh oh. Isn't that crazy? And there's Judge Penny's doing another trial, and then she mentions that. Scared. The precipitation from Winter Storm Fern is multi-day event rather than week-long active conditions. Expected to move the eastern U.S. by Monday night, January 26th. However, while the falling snow and ice will roughly be 3 to 4 days, Friday through Monday, the severe impacts will persist for a full week. So it's going to be a full week. Ah, okay. Understood, though. It's going to be a week of Timu. Sheen. Alright. Oki says she was at the Sundance Film Festival and made a comment about being silenced. She's such a creep. She is a creep, Moki. She's trying to stay irrelevant. She's trying to stay relevant in the media and trying to look cool. And it's extremely actually, creepy of her to go and talk about this all these years later and saying she's being silenced. It's like she's still trying to remain relevant, and she still wants to get him, and she's trying to like slander his name again. I remember after the Depp trial, we thought there was gonna be a second one, but it never happened. So man, that'd be crazy. Hopefully, like he doesn't have to go through all that again. But yeah, she's just trying to stir the pot in a creepy way. Yeah. Moki has a good point, making herself a victim again when she's a repeat abuser. Yeah, absolutely. She's a repeat abuser. She's done it over and over again, and now she's playing the victim again. It's like the trial's over. It's all said and done. Like what are we doing here? It's like even Ito, even Ito doesn't like it. Because he would say he had enough of that. So yeah, very disturbing. Amber Heard's back in the news, Mermaid, and she's saying that she's being silenced. And the trial's over and done, and she's a known abuser. All right. Yeah, so what happened was she went to the Sundance Film Festival. She was making some comments about the Depp trial, and she was saying that she's being silenced and she's being oppressed, stuff like that. And she just does no remorse, no empathy, no compassion, and she's done it before again and again. So that's why it's good for people to get help if they have problems like this, because she just wants to cause more trouble, and she's making a fool of herself. Yeah. And I'm going to read you all exactly what happened right now. Well, that's the wrong window. That's the wrong browser. Well, what are we doing here, alien? All right. Amber Heard claims that she can no longer use. Amber Heard claims she could no longer use her voice due to Depp trial. I lost my ability to speak. Well, that's her new saying now. She lost her ability to speak. Dog stepped on a bee again. Amber Heard has weighed in on the impact of her disastrous 2022 defamation trial with her ex-husband Johnny. Oh, really, Pussycat? Really fascinating indeed. Yeah, what a coinky dinky. Scared. Having moved to Spain following the high profile case, the 39-year-old actress seems to still be reeling from its impact as she feels she has lost her ability to speak. Amber Heard is not the only one who walked away from the trial scared. Hey, this article used the way I say scared. As Johnny Depp previously called himself a sucker for falling in love with her. Now, shout out to Pussycat TV. Amber Heard is not the only one who walked away from. Okay, Amber Heard says that she has lost the ability to speak following defamation trial. Okay, so what else? Liza, it is so good to see you, fam. It's always a pleasure. So, bad here in Niagara. Okay, well, thank you for giving me an update about Niagara. I'm sure there's lots of snow where you are, in my opinion. So, thank you for the update. Sure, Moki. Sure, sure. I will. See what Depp was saying. Heard got candid about the impact of her 2022 defamation trial, with Depp explaining that she has lost her ability to speak ever since. Oh, just popping in. Popping in. All right. The Aquaman actress highlight that she went toe to toe with her ex husband after sued her for defamation. What happened in my area is actually, it's cold and cloudy right now. No snow, but it's gonna drop really cold. It wasn't like last year where it snowed, where tons of snow happened, because the fog from the Gulf is up north right now. It went up north instead of where I am. If it would have been down here, it probably would have snowed a little bit. Yeah, so my area is all right, but it should keep be getting not. It could be having a problem. Earlier. Wait, I want to say this. Earlier today, though, it got really bad and stormy. It was like a hurricane, but no power went out. But yeah, it was really intense. It was. Uh, I walked outside and the door was like pushing against me. And it was like woo, woo. That's what the storm was doing. But I was okay. But yeah, it was wild earlier. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Doe. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see some pictures of the storm. Oh yeah, the ice yetis are all over the place right now, all over across the country. So across the nation, and you know what, chat? Last year, a year ago, I encountered an ice yeti. Okay, as we were about to look at pictures of the current ice storm, uh, we found. I was doing a live stream a year ago with chat, and we saw all the snow. It was incredible, and I was showing Sarah the snow in different parts of the yard. Also, Amanda and others. Dwayne was there too, and it was a cool chat. And it looked like a winter, wonderland. It really was. And then True Crime Lullaby came in there, and I remember I showed her the part where it was like dipping over, and you kind of like see through it. That was really cool. It looked kind of like a fantasy of winter wonderland. So anyway, so how I encountered the space yeti, I was going to show some other plants that were tropical, but then my phone went out completely. Yeah, Dwayne, he has been sick. He came here recently, like a week or two ago, and he was saying about a bright young man, and he was doing some stuff with his son. But hope to see Dwayne more. I miss him too. And so the space yeti, I saw the space yeti that was by the plant, and my phone went out completely. And Sarah knew about the space yeti, so she was telling the chat that it was the space yetis that got me. That maybe that's what she was concerned about. So that's when I discovered the space yeti. It blew in here when I was on my spaceship. So the space yetis are all across the country right now. So yeah, so that was my encounter with the space yeti. We discovered him last year, and that was the picture that I took right before the phone went out completely. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, you'll be able to tell Dwayne hi soon. Yeah, the driving in the ice will be very dangerous. Okay, let's show you all this window. Oh, my microphone was off. All right, so my mic was off, so I'm gonna just start over. I'm just gonna start over. All right, here we go. Let's go all the way back. All the way back to the first part. And I wasn't looking at the chat, so if anyone's were to have said anything, I wouldn't have known. All right, so this is a picture of the a down tree right here, a down tree. All right, so this is just some like regular pictures of the snow storm. Oh no, it's all right though. It's okay. Thanks. And going over this way, we have a person walking through the snow. Yeah, so these are just some different snow pictures. All right, so you have this snow right here. It could be very slippery, for the tires. It could be very slippery for the tires on these types of terrains, types of roads. All right, so that's the example of some of the picture. Okay, so winter storm. Let's see. All right, so here's some damage. Right, so it's somebody cutting with a chainsaw a down tree. All right, and this is a down power line. Right here. Just like the hurricanes that happen. It's like a winter version of a hurricane. Like a winter hurricane. Again, another down power line with a couple of branches. Okay, and this is a car that was messed up. These are some down trees, some more trees. So these are just some images of what happened earlier. Oh, okay, we have this right here that looks like a structure that completely imploded from the wind. Yeah, so it's very heavy wind. It's it'll knock down structures that were either weak or not designed right for it. Okay, and that's in West Tennessee. And that's just like the ice. That's the cold map right there. That's a split in the tree right there. You can kind of see it closer. Okay, let's see this clip. Okay, this is like from the news. Let's see what he has here. Well, that's a lot of damage right there with those down trees, those down limbs. Wow. You know, all of that just messed up. It looks like it cracked the wall. Wow. Yeah, that is quite a bit of damage. Yeah, so it certainly was a violent storm. All right, that looks like an exploding tree, and let's talk more about the exploding trees. All right, so let's go here. Well, by the way, this is another clip of it. Right here, this way. Look at those trees down. All that damage is just like a hurricane. Scared. All right, so the phenomenon widely referred to as exploding trees gained significant attention during a massive winter storm that swept across the large portion of the U.S. and Canada. Now, this is saying while social media videos show the tree trunk splitting with loud bangs, experts were saying or clarifying that the trees are not literally exploding, but experiencing a frost crack. All right. Millennial says, I just learned yesterday from a coworker that frozen trees can explode, something about sap in the base. Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm reading here. They crack open. Yeah. Thank you, Millennial. All right. Rapid freezing. When temperatures plummet rapidly, sometimes falling below negative 20 Fahrenheit, reaching wind chill of negative 50 Fahrenheit, the sap, as Millennial just said, and water inside the tree freezes, and the tree can then the free then the tree can adjust. Expansion pressure because water expands, it turns to ice. Pressure builds within wood's phloem and exilium unto until the outer bark and inner wood rupture. Gunshot like sounds, the sudden release of energy during a crack creates a loud popping booming sound that can be heard clearly in yards and woodlands. Yeah, shout out to tinfoil hats. Vulnerable species. The trees with bark such as maples, birch, and young to non native trees are most susceptible to these bursts. Well, dramatic and potentially. startling, these frost cracks are rarely deadly to the trees itself. However, the 2026 storm posed a more immediate danger from the falling branches weighed down by heavy ice and snow accumulation. Let's see what unusual phenomena occur in winter, besides the trees exploding. Beyond exploding trees, several other rare and visually striking natural phenomena occur during extreme winter conditions. Light pillars. These are vertical columns of light that appear to stretch into the sky. They form when flat plate shaped ice crystals suspend in the calm, frigid air act like millions of tiny mirrors reflecting the light. Streetlights are the sun. Recent sightings occurred in North Carolina in January 25, 26. Sundogs. We've talked about sundogs before because it was in the category of UFO anomalies. Also known as mock suns, these are colored spots of light that appear approximately 22 degrees to the left or right of the sun. They are caused by the refraction of sunlight through the ice crystals in the atmosphere. Thunder snow, a rare event where thunder and lightning occur during a snowstorm rather than a rainstorm, typically signifies intense snowfall rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour. Snow rollers, often called snow donuts, a snow bales. These are natural snowballs rolled by wind or gravity rather than humans. They require a precise mix of wet, sticky, and snow on top of a slick ice layer and specific wind speeds. Numerous sightings were reported in New York and Iowa in January 2026. Frost flowers. These delicate petal like structures can form a new sea ice or on the stems of certain plants. On water. Formed when water vapor rises from relatively warm water through thin porous ice into much colder air. On plants. Occur when sap in the plant's stem expands and freezes, splitting the stem and extruding the ribbons of ice through the cracking. Ice volcanoes. Conical mounds of ice that form along shorelines, particularly in the Great Lakes. They are created by waves of force, water, and slush through the cracks in coastal ice shelf. The water freezes as it sprays out, gradually building a cone that can grow over 30 feet tall. Oh, you love sun dogs? Facts. Facts. They're cool. Frost quakes. Similar to the exploding trees, these occur when moisture in the soil freezes an expansion so rapidly that it causes the ground to crack, creating a loud booming sound, localized tremors. Frozen wood frogs. These frogs survive winter by allowing their bodies to freeze almost solid. Their livers produce high levels of glucose, which acts as a natural antifreeze to protect their cells while their heart breathing stops for weeks. I'll show you the alligators. Wrong window again. Let's go here. I hear it. The wind's coming in hard. I hear it right now. Shout out to Mary Toodles. All right, so this is what alligators do. The experts. Chat says, "Hey, Mary." Yeah, she said hi. Experts say that once the alligators are able to breathe through the ice, they fall into a state of hibernation known as brimation by lowering their body temperatures and metabolism. Once it becomes warm and the ice melts, the alligators will therm or regulate their body temperatures to their regular state. Yeah, so this is another interesting thing in the South where when it gets frozen like that, the alligators go into the ice. All right, so it's so funny. It's like their heads, their nostrils, and a part of their mouth is pointing out. It's like the definition of lurking. Scared. All right, and you have this right here. It's just he's peeping right there. He's peeping. So that is the alligator in hibernation when he's in frozen water. Yeah, his whole head is covered. Yeah, his whole head's covered with ice, and he has his nostrils out. Yeah, let's go that one. It's neat. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I learned about that last year. Doe says to Moki again. She thanked her again for showing up to the snow blowing day. Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch it. Of I. That's really cool that she was there for you when you went live. Okay. All right, so that's about the alligators. All right, so let's see about any updates at the moment from this storm. Okay. Oh well. Oh, okay. No, understood. All right. So the winter storm, the death toll rises as the winter storm continues dumping snow across the U.S. Okay, just like a recap for those maybe coming in. Oh, okay, Doe, understood. And that's what I did when I did my snow stream. I had it muted because of music in the background. That was like next door. Yeah. Roughly 185 million people are under the winter alerts today as dangerous cold grips much of the central and eastern U.S. Wind chill is some of the areas as low as minus 20s and minus 30s, and temperatures are 100 to 40 degrees, no, 10 to 40 degrees below average. And though I'm so glad you had fun. The cold has been blamed for the deletion deaths of 3 people, 2 in Cato Parish, Louisiana, and 1 in Austin, Texas, according to local officials. In areas affected by the storm, more than 1 million customers are out of power. Freezing rain was falling in parts of Georgia through the Carolinas and mid Atlantic region, with heavy snow throughout the Ohio Valley and Northeast. Nearly 17 inches of snow has fallen in parts of Ohio. The most persistent snow will target parts of New England through tomorrow night. Snow totals of 16 to 24 inches will be possible in Boston and Albany, New York, Hartford, Connecticut, and Portland and Maine could get as much as 12 to 18 inches. Conditions will gradually improve this week, though some snow and bitter cold may linger. The storm has hampered air travel. More than 12 scheduled flights today have been canceled, along over 3,000 tomorrow. This is an update from 8 minutes ago. Alright, tonight will bring little relief to many states in the path of this weekend's winter storm. Around 136 million people from the southern plains to northeast will remain under cold weather alerts as fringe temperatures stay at 10 to 40 degrees below average. Numerous low temperatures records could be set tonight in cities such as Dallas, Houston, Austin, Texas, New Orleans, Little Rock, and Arkansas, and Tulsa, and Oklahoma. Periods of heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain will persist across the Northeast this evening and into tomorrow. Some scattered snow showers may continue tomorrow morning in New York, New England, and the Appalachians, ending early Tuesday. Some areas in the south are risk of severe weather this evening, with tornado watch in effect for parts of Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. As of this afternoon, snow reports include 16.6 inches of accumulation in Davis, West Virginia, 15 inches in Midland, Pennsylvania, 13.5 inches in Columbus, Indiana, and 13.4 inches in Oblong, Illinois. Inches and 7.2 inches New York City. Now, some good news. Sledding, snow shoeing, and skiing in Central Park. There's something about the snowstorm that brings the community together, and today, kids and adults alike tromped through a thick blanket of snow in Central Park. The New Yorkers sledded down the hills, delighted as the snowy fun with absolute strangers. Others snow shoot around the Central Park Reservoir, and some New Yorkers even cross country skid through the park. For some of the youngest, it was the most snow they'd ever seen, and they started wide eyed, and the snow covered the trees and ground, taking it all in. Mississippi Gov. Tate Reeves said he was not aware of any winter weather related deaths from one of the worst ice storms to pummel the state in decades, but warned that harsh conditions were expected to continue this week. Nearly half of the southern states' counties have reported ice. Revs and said that the new briefing late this afternoon, the more 159,000 utility customers were still without power tonight. One utility near the Mississippi Tennessee border said this morning that it was looking at weeks instead of days to restore power in every member. Reeves' state has been in communication with utilizers. He held back from forecasting long restore power. Some of the most affected areas in North Mississippi, he said conditions have been too precarious for crews to do full assessments. Even without rain, refreezing could occur as temperatures drop, he cautioned. We haven't seen a storm of this magnitude since 1994, Reeves said. In a state where the kindness of strangers can be life saving in the aftermath, hurricanes, tornadoes, officially acknowledging the residents may be eager to help, thank responders, but they pleaded with Mississippians to stay off the roads. Okay. Let's see. We got some Texas. Okay, Texas Department of Transportation is bringing plowing and blading highways in Dallas following the heavy snow overnight. The agency posted videos of crews at work discouraging people from traveling. If you have traveling crews, go to work in safety, past post said. Alright, let's see this. I'll show you all this clip. Shouts to the spaceship cats. Set me over here. Alright, these are the snow plows. They got a whole army of them. Yeah, they're going to need that with all that snow that fell on the ground. Because, people have to go and fix the lines and the down trees and power lines, stuff like that. So, it's really important that they're doing that. Okay, the outages have eased, but there's still 867,000 customers still without power. Okay, and still in the regions that we spoke of. Woman found dead covered in snow in Kansas. The body of Kansas woman last seen Friday. Report missing yesterday was found covered in snow near the last known location. Authorities saying most likely died of hyperthermia. Wow. Police, Emporia, small city between Wichita and Topeka, said that they found Rebecca Rabuers, 28, was discovered today in woods near a city street about 30 yards from where she was last seen on the video. At this time, it appears Rebecca may have succumbed to the hyperthermia. Early on her disappearance, as she was covered in snow due to the snowstorm and became heavy on Saturday, police said. All right, temperatures dipped to 0 degrees yesterday morning with a wind chill of minus 18. Light snow reported according to National Weather Service data. Robert was reported missing shortly after 1 a.m. yesterday. Emporia police previously said that she left local bar without her jacket, purse, or phone and was seen walking in the area shortly after. Kansas Highway Patrol, Lynn County Sheriff's Office, County Dispatcher community members were involved in the search, with police viewing private security video of estimated her whereabouts. All right, our hearts and prayers truly with Robert family, department said. Robar's death found believed to be associated with the weekend's snowstorm and related fronts that surged across the eastern two-thirds of the contiguous U.S. Very sad indeed. Yeah, absolutely. All right. More than 360 crashes reported in Indiana. Troopers in Indiana have responded to 363 crashes throughout the state since yesterday, and state police said this evening number doesn't include crashes to which other law enforcement agencies responded. Indiana is one of 23 states that have declared emergencies because of the bout of severe winter weather. 9 to 14 plus inches of snow and have fallen in parts of the state since yesterday. All right, Central Park experiences largest snowstorm since 2021. The storm is the largest snow mark of New York Central Park since January and early February 21. Storm put 8.8 inches of snow on the ground Central Park by 4:15 p.m. today, according to National Weather Service data, short of the 17.4 inches of snow that fell during the 2021 storm. Oh, this is interesting. Balloon release knocked out power for roughly 5,000 customers, LG NE says. Foil balloons were released by a group in Louisville neighborhood yesterday, coming into contact with electric equipment and knocking power out of roughly 5,000 customers, Lewis and Gas and Electric and Kentucky Utilities said. We want to remind the customers not to release foil balloons into the air until the company said on X. Foil balloons conduct electricity and can cause power outages, fires, and injuries. They come into contact with power lines. More than 55,000 customers have power across Kentucky, according to power outages and the storms, is expected to be passing through the state until early tomorrow. Yeah, they can see this, right? Okay, good. NBC New York's Matt Brickman shared a video of some unexpected weather in NYC. A blanket of snow in the subway platform. My bad. I failed to forecast the multiple inches of snow on IG. Let's see. Oh, okay. Look at all that snow in the subway. Wow. It's it's like the world's falling apart. It's all going downhill. Scared. All right, Georgia's getting freezing rain. Georgia officials warned at the news briefing this afternoon that the state Still not unclear when it comes to the weekend's winter storm. Another round of freezing rain is expected in the northeastern Georgia this afternoon, which can cause refreeze by tomorrow morning and making roads even more dangerous. And they say, quote, please continue to stay off roads as much as possible. Georgia Emergency Management Chief Josh Lamb said in the briefing this will give Georgia DOT Department of Transportation crews the room and they need to maintain the condition of the roads and travel as necessary to slow down and allow extra time to be especially careful on the bridges and overpasses as they freeze. Okay, there's a new update. Let's see what this update's about. Okay, alright, just now. Woman dies after she and her husband are struck by a snowplow in Massachusetts. A woman has died after she and her husband were struck by a snowplow truck in Massachusetts. The woman, 51, and her husband, 47, were walking through the parking lot of Massachusetts Bay, the Transportation Authority, and Commuter Trail Norwood Station. Okay, Authority Commuter Trail Norwood Central Station around 2 p.m. today when they were hit by a Ford F350 plow truck that was driving in reverse, and the MBTA Transit Police Department said. The wife of her injuries and the husband was transported to a local hospital for non-life-threatening injuries, police said. The truck was being driven by non-MBTA employee contracted by a private company for snow removal, and department said the plow operator 33 was cooperative with the detectives according to authorities. All right. Incident under investigation. This unimaginable, horrific incident, police said a statement. On behalf of the Transit Police, the entire MBTA organization, we express our most sincere condolences for the victims' families and friends. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. All right. So that is an update about what is going on. That's an update about recent developments in this winter storm. Okay. See anything else? All right. Okay, something from 4 minutes ago. You're welcome, Doe. You're welcome. All right, so from 4 minutes ago, right here. Here's where the snow will be heaviest over the next 2 hours. The Storm Prediction Center warns that area circled in pink below will experience a heavy snowfall rate of 12 hours and 30 minutes ET. Snow could pile up at rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, according to portions of New England, and gradually spread north in southern eastern Maine. All right, so that is where it's going to get intense right there for the people of that area. Okay, and okay, snow in Washington D.C. 11 inches to 9 inches in various regions: Simpsonville, Upper Falls, and Crofton and Clarksville. The extreme cold will prolong the storm's impact. The Arctic air blast behind the winter storm will compound effect long after it's over. More than a million customers who lost power Sunday, some may be left shivering without heat. Low temperatures dive into the teens and 20s. On top of that, pipes can start bursting because of lack of heating. The extreme cold will also lock into the ice snow and making it harder for crews to restore power. Fridge temperatures here to stay through the next week. It's going to be cold. The spaceship's going to be cold. Looks like. All right. So when you factor in the wind, Monday morning will feel like single digits down parts of the Gulf. It's going to feel like 9 degrees on the spaceship. And Florida's going to be, looks like, if that's even a degree, if that's what it means. Okay, it's going to be like 82, it's going to be 62 in Jacksonville. And oh, Passion. It's so great to see you, Passion. Oh, Chad has been wondering about you. Good to see you. Yeah, it may be a little cold, right? Yes. All right. So, yes, it does sound like I'm in a horror movie. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, across the United States, there's people dying. There's, getting in accidents, and someone was found out in the cold, and it's like you're having snow in all the wrong places, like inside the subways. And across the country, there's like this monstrous snow all over. So, yeah, definitely in a horror movie. And my area did not snow this time. It snowed last year in my area. But up north, it's getting extremely, extremely cold. Extremely snowy last year, but not really this time. It's more, it was like rainy this time. Because the Gulf Stream was more up north than it was down here. Yeah. Yes, Passion. Yes, yes. Uh, Chrissy asked about you in a chat. They're wondering if you're okay. I said I'm cool with her. She just hasn't schedule whatever. I don't really know for sure, but has not been around. But yeah, they asked about you. Okay, Passion says, well, we're having a cold snap here, 24 Celsius to 84 Fahrenheit. It's cold for us. Oh yeah, yeah, that sounds cold for y'all indeed. Yeah. Passion. I was talking to some people last night over like during Australia, in some parts of YouTube. People were saying how they were a, a really big heat wave and their shoes are melting in some parts. So that was pretty cool. I mean, not really cool at all, but it was crazy to hear about the extreme weather pattern that people's shoes are melting. I remember my sister was in Australia many years ago. The railroad tracks would melt. I heard. So it seems like an oven down there. Yeah, and a hyperthermia suspect was the Kansas case that happened. Okay. Yes, fact. I heard people ask me. Yes, yeah. Doe can confirm. Yeah. Yes, crazy weather. Indeed. Okay, this is an ice storm damaging some trees. Yeah, and it doesn't like in a certain way where people have to watch it. Well, we could do it like this. Maybe it'll change. Oh, that. No, it doesn't. Oh, whatever. All right. So in this video, you're seeing some trees down. So that's all the trees that were being damaged. Scared. Okay, Passion says, I got so immersed in the Gonzalez trial it was exhausting, though. Even though about OJ trial as a combo put me straight to sleep. Did Fung get off the stand? Oh, yeah. Fung, there's a couple of sections that I told chat that I would replay for you when I saw you again. So, with that trial, he he got off the stand, and then they put Miss Mazzola up, and that was his companion that he did the forensics. So him and this woman were collecting evidence. So they got this other dude. He's an apprentice of Shek, and he has a Boston accent, and it was a Neufeld is his name, and he was saying, Miss Mazzola, is this evidence look proper, Miss Mazzola? And he has like a condescending tone to him. And so since she went on the stand, then now what we're watching is the guy that was governing over the group of forensic analysis, like the president of it, is on the stand now, and he's being questioned. Right. Yes, passion. Yes. Level one. So, in Gonzalez's brilliant trial, though, the way the entire vibe shifted. Yes, the shift was a nice shift to see. Uh, Indeed, because you see how it was maybe he was going to be guilty, but then it shifted towards the other part where he was found innocent of those crimes. Right. So, yeah, definitely it was a nice shift, and it was a trial, an exhausting trial indeed. Yeah, so and Miss Mazzola was not given a break. He was, and Shek was around, and he was talking sometimes too. So yeah, and Ito has gotten impatient with Shek and his cronies a couple of times, and he's let him have it before. That's what he's been. So, Ito's been having, putting them in their place at times. It's funny. Okay, and there he is right here. A sticker. All right, so yeah, that's what we're watching over at the OJ trial. There is one incident where somebody somebody was having a problem with someone's phone rung during the trial. So it was early in the morning, and somebody was phones was going off, and he was just like, whoever was ringing, come up and bring it. It's right here. And nobody said or did anything. And he just like shrugged his shoulders, and he said it like two or three times. And he said, "Okay, no one's allowed to have phones in here." And he said he's going to search everybody, and nobody said anything. And he just kind of shrugged again, like he was like disbelief that his threats weren't working. And he has like this calm voice. It's like anybody else, phone ringing, or else. Passion says kind of highlighted the effect on the media too. Everyone enraged by clips from moment out of context and rumors with limited information, just like OJ trial. Yeah, exactly. Passion. Yes, indeed. Fashion said 94 cell phone would be pretty hard to hide. Yeah, I know, right? It's a, it's not hard to find the bricks. Yeah, so I don't know how they did it, or he just wasn't going to be looking, but they eventually Didn't find anybody. No one came forward, and he was furious, but he was calm about it. And Bubbles is the zoomies. He's ready for the cold, as they do when it gets cold. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, those are some more down trees. All right. So they brought some other, these vials and these different tubes on the stand. Did he knock over something? Oh, okay. Okay. It's an electric candle, by the way, chat. That's why we're not burning down. Okay, so, anyway, yeah, it was different for, and just the way they carried these forensic uh, documents was really not how they do it now. Let's just say. All right. Hello, Liza Jean. Let's see. I suspect it was guard. Only people in the courtroom who could carry concealed, bulky items. Yes. Yes, passion. All right. All right. Wrong window. Let's see. Now I got a different number, Liza Jean, because the other one went out of service. So let's do this. Bring her on. It's the G word, not the other way around. Okay, let's see. Do I still have the number? Okay. You can call in Liza Jean in a moment. So Liza Jean is someone I know from another stream, and we communicate. Okay, we still have the number. Okay. Just set everything up. Let's go this way. Let's turn this on. Okay, Liza Jean. Um, all right, so we have a call-in part of the show, and that's what we're doing right now. Let's see if this works. All right, there we go. Let's see. Um, yeah. Let's see if this works. Can I go back? There we go. Okay, let's see. All right. Let's see.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Liza Jean.
How are you?
I am doing well, and talking about the weather and the OJ trial that we've been looking over, and staying warm. How about you?
Well, I'm in. I'm just 15 minutes from Niagara Falls in southern Ontario, and there's this great big, weather front coming in, and I'm just looking at so many things, like the trials that you've been covering, like the OJ. Like I've listened to a lot of those trials, the entire thing. Um, I'm fascinated with the court system, but I think everything has just morphed to the point now where I don't know what's going on. I really don't. There's so many things, like now they're debating about, since when does the president and the FBI come out and say that a shooting like with the ICE thing is justified when they've not done due diligence? I thought that's what the courts were about, right?
I hear you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
we're supposed to be,
yeah, so certainly there's a lot of things going on out in the country, and now times are heated, in society with the media and on social media. Now, I do think a lot of it, the media can. I'm not saying some things like don't happen or do happen, but that can make something, even if it's true, look a certain way where they try to cause division within the country. So when they're obviously we're not gonna agree with everything people say or president does, things of that nature, is that I think that the media does want to sow division, and it's important for people to disagree with a civilized way and to not let it divide each other where we destroy each other from within, because I think that is a way to our country will implode on itself.
that is so true. When you look at the Constitution, and the U.S. is like a country that just sprang out of nowhere. All the other countries have been there for centuries and millennia, right? It was an experiment. And I think the Constitution is one of the most amazing things that was ever written. And what they really, really, really tried to say is they tried to focus on states' rights. And now it seems like that's being taken away. Like, you have a right to vote in your area and decide the way you want things to do, how you want things to go. But what's happening now is it's like executive orders, bang, 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 top down, and that's like from the top of the pyramid. Like, we taxpayers, we're at the bottom. We pay our taxes. We should have a say, and that's the way everything was designed to go. I lived in Alberta for 20 years, and I'm watching this movement now, the sovereignty movement, and oh gosh, they're trying to get their independence, but I don't trust anything anymore. I feel like there's a great big ball that's rolling, and it's good to identify with being an alien because it means that you're not just so caught up with what people are doing here. What do you think?
Yeah, I that's a lot of times I say, I'm an alien, which I am, and I do think it's important to see things from all different angles, and I appreciate your commentary on this. So yeah, I think that our human nature is inherently can be corrupted, and no system is going to be perfect, and you're going to have times where things are not going to go right. And the alien thing I think is cool because it can unite all the different Earthlings together. We as each one becomes an alien. Because on my planet, all these problems have been solved. I just think that over here there is I would say a lack of communication can cause a lot of issues, and if we fail to have that communication, it's going to do a domino effect of a bunch of other things that could go downhill. Even if, say, a certain situation doesn't cause it right away, there could be something down the road that will eventually cause a problem where it's not the same country and it's like you wake up into a different place. What do you think?
Do you think? Okay, I'm taught. Like, I totally hear what you're saying. Do you think the problem on our planet is that we are connected to the five senses and a physical body? Because this is not what aliens experience.
Right. See, aliens are very telepathic and are in tune with actually, in a way, I was talking to people in another chat about this like the other night, where social media, and although we're using social media and we use YouTube and stuff, and we've used it, I feel our group, which is you and the people in the chat, are using it for something productive, but a lot of people are using it for something really bad. So where say TikTok, some people on TikTok might, or other social media platforms too, not just TikTok, could drain their life away and focus on these things, and they lose the inner peace. So actually people lose their inner peace, their inner selves. Like aliens are more in tune with themselves. They will go off their say rocker, so to speak, and get manipulated by outside voices and outside things, and then they get kind of hurt like sheep, and then it causes a downward spiral effect. So I do think that yes, the way our technology is, some people aren't able to handle it, and people are just, as you said, the five senses.
Well, when you said telepathic communication, that's natural communication. But I see a lot of people, and they cannot let go of their screens. They're looking at this thing that's glowing at them, and that has become their master.
Absolutely. It's, if anything,
Their
it's,
phones. It's sick.
yeah, it's become a god to them. So like when the, say the Bible, they like built a golden idol. I think there's lots of people that have either intentionally or unintentionally have, as I said, I think that a lot of people can use it for something productive and communication, etc. But a lot of people are using it for what's called dead scrolling and not using it to do something physical or do something productive. And they're just making the social media companies more and more money, and they are glued to their phones, and I believe it's become an idol to them, and it's like they're like stuck in a matrix.
That's true. And I want to end with saying this. The way to divide us is to create labels and to say left or right. Left, right, left, right, left, right. But no, it's true. Most people living on this earth, we are absolutely solidly in the middle. We care about our own safety, our own families. We just want to, be able to eat and be healthy. And most people are in the middle. And you know, that's that's all I have to say.
Oh, okay,
You know,
okay.
we're in the middle. We're all together. If you take a Venn diagram and you look where you agree and what they're trying to exaggerate is where we disagree. They're really literally in the U.S. They're trying to create a civil war. I'm watching this happen. And in Canada, like when Trudeau took power, he sold away all the rest of our gold reserves. I see Trump, like Trump is having the time of his life. I mean, this is the most incredible reality TV that you could ever imagine. He is the master of the world right now, creating his, thing of peace. And what scares me about this is in history, up until now, problems were localized, and now that everyone is glued to their screens, everything is, the entire earth is involved. And with COVID, when they shut everything down all around the world for 2 years, I was very, very frightened. You know, um, moving forward, I just want to say about you, you are on a mission. You are there, like steadfastly on your channel all the time. You have found you have found your purpose, and I have just tremendous respect for that.
Well, thank you very much, Liza, and shout out to the chat, the trial chat people. We've, yeah, every day we go live and we talk about the trials and other things are going on. And yeah, I've been very persistent, and I've known you for a couple of years now, and I've come a long way since the time, like even when I think about it, like when I found like you all in the beginning over at ABL, and then to now. Yeah, I've come a very long way, and I appreciate all the alien team and all those that helped me along the way as well.
I love the way like you were prominent there. I mean, you used to call in. ABL really really respected your calls. But then I used to call in a lot too. But then I watched it take a different trajectory. I really respect that he has found, his middle ground. You have found your middle ground, and um, like, I don't know. It's all good. Just letting you know that I just have a lot of respect for you. And thank you so much for letting me call in. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Okay, dear. You take care.
Okay, you take care too. Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
All right, shout out to Liza Jean for the excellent call. I really appreciate the kind words and her thoughts on the matters that are going on. And yeah, it's the dedication and persistence that, as I said, the success, I will say, credited to all of you in chat and those in the channel as well, because it was. I feel like that is the main thing of driving force, because I think that it's a team also of people working together for a common goal that really makes it successful. So I'm also thankful for all of you, and I appreciate the words. Yeah, and I started coming around in 2020, and then 5 years later, here I am. So It's been quite a ride. I've been many different live stream groups. Oh, and I still find more. So yeah, shout out to all the different uh, people and chat. I know. Yeah. All right. So very good call. Yeah. Now in the OJ trial, for instance, I'm learning a tremendous amount, and also a passion. I like what you have of also in the chat. While because sometimes we go real late with it, and you have it's really cool to have your commentary when were uh, when you're able to come and like see it. It's like I go and like watch it, and I get like I focus on it, and it's so different than how we deal with trials now. And then on top of that, this crazy storm came in and blew everything down, and it's like it just all the trees, all the different of just knocking everything knocked over like bowling pins. It's like a hurricane, similar to a hurricane and like a winter vortex from Siberia that came down into this way. It's so interesting how weather just comes from up north, far, far away, then it comes down way here. It's quite incredible, you know. So, and my region can get very cold, unlike other parts of like Florida. Parts of Florida probably never get cold, but I'm just a little bit slightly up north than them. They're like ever so slightly by a hair. And some parts of Florida are adjacent to me, the northern part of it. The judge in Gonzales reminds me of Judge Ito, the way he let the defense put a show on and just let the state flounder. Very good eye, passion of. I do agree. He was a strategy, I'd say, to just let the opponent do what they're going to do, and then it just wears out itself out and goes downhill. Definitely. And I like the contrast between the Gonzalez trial and the OJ trial. There's definitely parallels to that. And like look, people were, I'd say, uncertain about. People thought he was innocent, but people were uncertain what the outcome was going to exactly be. And it eventually went again. Of we see a surprise that like not necessarily a surprise because people thought he was innocent, but like a change in energy. It's like when he's found innocent. It's like one of those trials where it's not very maybe completely clear what's going to happen, because those are always the best ones. Because sometimes it's like someone goes and blows up an orphanage, they're probably gonna be found guilty most likely, right? But these situations, it could be like, a flip of a coin, maybe. Yeah. So that is about that trial. It's pretty interesting. Now, and we're still gonna be covering the OJ trial, but some trials are also gonna additionally will rewatch as well as Jodi Arias, and which we've played here before a few times, and Casey Anthony. Those are two other ones that we're going to be looking at as well. But yeah, that is those are two other ones on the list. Oh, he's still going to be on trial, and it's going to be federal. Okay, yeah, we're not going to see it. Yeah, I see. Jesse Weber was saying something I was agreeing with, that all trials, even if it's federal, should be public. Like, I understand there may be some trials, I guess it could be private, but I personally would like to see it. Oh, good night, Doe. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I personally would think that it should be public for people to see a lot of them. Oh yeah, take care, Eliza. Yeah, thank you for your call, Eliza. Facts. Facts. New York biker no New York bike share system shuts down. Oh, hey, New York City bikes system shut down Monday. Forecast next 24 hours. All bikes are currently locked and unable. We will show updates here regarding the system reopening. Stay safe. Okay, so obviously their bike system was shut down, and then you got people pushing cars. Yeah. Oh, something that I thought was crazy was a couple of years ago I saw some North Korean propaganda. I needed a dose of it, and they were saying that Americans. Oh, how much warning did we get about the weather? Okay, so we got a warning about the weather about a few days in advance, or a week, I'd say, like a week and a couple of days leading up to it. And people across the country that I talked to in different streams across the YouTube, they were doing, people were getting prepped, but some people were just in regions where some people like in the South have southern states are not completely prepared for these type of things, so they don't always fare out that well. But up north, they're not really doing that well with some of this weather. So they were prepared for it or know it was going to happen, but people just may not always know what to do. They think they're prepared, but they really aren't. And this Arctic blast from Siberia came in like a bowling ball, in a bowling pins. It's just the infrastructure was not prepared for what was about to come. Yes, yes. On YouTube, especially, like Ryan Hall, y'all, for instance, he does the weather on YouTube, and he was already like talking about it. Now, of course, I'm just like in the YouTube world. That's where my like universe is pretty much. But I don't watch other TV. But at the local news and national news is warning people. I'm sure as well around the same time frame because that's where they get their information from on YouTube from the National Weather Service. So, but yeah, YouTube at least for millions of people we're seeing, yeah, it's going to. We were warned well ahead. My friend in Georgia, she has a farm, and some of her relatives were in Kentucky, and they were telling her that it's going to be a cold that they haven't felt since the 70s. It was like some that have never been seen before, right, in our like lifetime. So basically, it was the roads are very icy, and people just were maybe not. They should have been prepared, but they just were their infrastructure, like the power lines, for instance. Okay, so they have power lines that fall. They're still in the 1800s, and you can have power outages immediately. So over 1 million people are out of power because the infrastructure just wasn't designed for it, and stuff, things like that. Like mainly electricity is a big problem. The houses are made for it, but the then it gets cold, right? So, like when a hurricane comes, if it hits from a certain direction, it won't make a power outage here. But power outages happen like for no reason where I am, and a hurricane comes from. Let's see how to do this. Come from the direction behind me to this way. So a lot of times it knocks the power out. But if it comes from over there to this way, it doesn't. For some reason, knock the power out. So yeah, the main problem is electricity, knocking out power, and people being cold. That's what it is. It's like a reverse hurricane. Yeah, but people were prepared, and a lot of people don't prepare when they should. But there are those that did. As I said, some people were outside when they weren't supposed to be, and they got hyperthermia. It's just it's like being in Antarctica. People were saying how the world, like our world's about to end or something. It seemed like it. It seems like it. The cold front hasn't even come yet. Like there's gonna be a cold blast that comes after the storm. It's gonna get cold in the spaceship and other parts of the country too. Mermaid got some snow last night around 2 a.m. and she said it looked like daytime. She took a video of it. Then the snow melted in the morning. So, but in other parts of her region, there was lots of snow. And some other by a lake there was like 31 inches. Yeah, the end is nigh. Yeah. Ski aired, scared, scared. And lots of flights are down. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of flights are down. There's over 1 million people without power. The city is completely the New York City, Ohio. They're all having problems. Schools canceling class. Are moving to snow days due to storm. And the school I went to when it snowed here, although snow here is very uncommon, it's they shut down for a day or week or whatever it was, and my region will snow usually every 10 years. And last year we had like a snow that hasn't happened in 130 years since the 1800s. But it could do it more frequently. It just depends on how uh, the wind gust from the Gulf and the precipitation and the cold air all meet at the same time, at the right moment, at the exact same moment. That's, you know, uh, when the snow happens in my region. Passion says, I wonder if there's a way to quickly make a bunch of snow plows and hand them out. I gotta keep everything accessible. That's step one. Yeah, yeah. You see, a lot of places don't have snow plows because because this is how people are. So it people say it never snows in my region, and that's what people will say to themselves. But when it actually snows, they're not prepared. Like my city had to import snow plows from up north last year, and but so a lot of places just didn't have snow plows, and then some people, one woman got hit by a snow plow and died. So and some people are just being this it's like someone's a snow plow and someone's like, oh, I'm gonna go. Rest in peace to the people. I'm trying to make fun of anybody, but it's like, oh, I'm gonna stand in front of a snow plow and then they get hit. So people, I don't know how it all happened, but like I would try to like do what I can to be vigilant and look around. And if there's a big snow plow heading my direction, I'm gonna try to avoid it the best I can. And we got that, and there's like chains you can put on tires for the snow to occur when the snow happens. Yeah. So by the way, because there's snow things to put on tires like these chains and stuff. So probably people in regions where it doesn't snow, everyone should have snow plows and be prepared for it. There's different street signs that the driving course will teach about the different types of signs and different types of weather to drive in when it's cold. Yeah, and there's signs for everything. Well, I guess plow awareness is going to be a thing now. Yeah. uh, oh, that's a plow awareness. That's going to be plow awareness. Indeed, that's going to be the new thing. Hello, Matt. It's been a while since I've seen you here. Uh, Welcome to the stream. Good evening to you. Hope you've been doing well. Mr. Plow, that's my name. My name again is Mr. Plow. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Mr. Plow in the chat. We're just talking about you coincidentally because we have plow awareness, and Mr. Plow is the mascot of the movement. And they could say like hashtag plow awareness, hashtag Mr. Plow. Bubbles has the zoomies and he's knocking over things. That's what that is. And there might be even be you could say January is Plow Awareness Month. Okay, Matt said I flew to Atlanta from Chicago. I was one of the few planes to make it in through the weather. Oh, thank God that you made it, because all as I know you travel everywhere all the time. Okay, and I was thinking about what you were doing, so it's good that you got in just in time before it all shut down. Because yeah, everything in a lot of places north of me are shutting down uh, because of the weather. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So in my region, the precipitation and all was pushed a little bit up north a little bit, so that's why I didn't snow down here. Yes, there you go, and that is hysterical. I've totally identified a transformer. Tell everyone he can become a plane. Yeah, he that is true. He can become a plane, and he could be a plow or a plane. He could do all kinds of things. Absolutely. Oh, Todd, good. It's very good to see you as well because uh, you do give us updates about weather and things like that. All right. So Todd said, "Hey, alien, 16 inches of snow in northeastern Ohio. Wow, 16 inches. Stay warm. That's quite. It's a lot of snow. Yeah, there's the highest right now in the country is over on the west in Benito Lake, out in the western states. It is 31 inches. So yeah, 16 inches for uh, Todd. All right. All right. There's a thing like when you like walk in snow. This is something that I always like. Uh, Something I had to go through was like you walk through the snow and then it's very slippery, very slippery, right? So, and then it kind of like have to not fall. So that's something that I personally was something I had to get over. Ah, yeah. Let's see. Scared. Let's see. So Matt has the measurements. 16 inches of snow is about one third of a meter. Okay. Oh, he meant one fourth. Okay. All right. So for most adults, 16 inches is typically reaches somewhere between the mid calf and the knee. That is 16 inches. So mid calf and knee is how much the snow is. Yeah, in my region, it snowed 10 inches, but it was actually much more in some parts of my yard. And it was like up to my kneecap, definitely. And I was like, yikes. Because I was doing okay. I did a live stream a year ago, like this date, in the snow, and I went live and chat was here on my phone. And you haven't seen a phone live yet, Passion, but you will at some point when I do them again soon. But yeah, I was in the and the snow was really really deep. I was writing people's names in the snow because I couldn't really talk because of the music in the background. But yeah, it was a really interesting stream. I'd say. In my, I didn't. I was. I misplaced my gloves because I was. You'd say the people that don't always prepare for things. So they were telling me to use socks. So I used socks as mittens, because my mittens were misplaced somewhere in the spaceship. You're welcome, Passion. Yeah, it's definitely very deep. So to give you like a overview, is that hip deep snow generally requires significant more accumulation, often around 30 to 36 inches, roughly 3 feet for the average adult. 16 inches is considered a major snowfall that can make travel impossible and easily exceed the ground clearance of most standard passenger cars, which often have only 6 to 8 inches of clearance. While 16 inches is not hip deep, on level ground, snow drifts. Piles of snow creates a wind. It can easily reach hip height or higher during 16-inch storm. For small children such as 4-year-olds, 16 inches of snow could be hip high for them. I was wondering, like, when it snowed here, like, I was like, why it was over 10 inches. That was the reason. Come on, let's go down here. There is a part of my yard that seemed to have gotten about 20 inches, it seems. Yep. Because I remember I measured it, because it was a big pile. It was nearly up to the entire fence. But remember, it was a pile of snow in a spot. It was, overall it was 10 inches. Passion says it's snowing in an area that's not set up for it. Isn't there a chance of roof collapse? I bet they reinforce roofs in snow areas. Oh, Passion. That is a big concern, and my family was in roofing business for a long time, and I've researched like how they do things now. There is a, I'd say roofs in general, if they were weak or over like a 30-year time frame or longer, say that weren't repaired or about to be or weak already, will probably collapse. But usually they were all roofs universally were designed to handle any type of weather, unless they were worn out already. Now there is a new fabric that they put on roofs near the gutter on every roof, north and south, that for snow protection. So all modern, especially roofs that were made and recently, um, are given a protecting code on the roof for snow. My grandparents had their roof done last year, and maybe the year before last year, and they got the snow thing protection on there because all roofs will get them, even if it never snows. That's a universal thing. So I'd say if a roof was just not about to go downhill, then it probably was going to go downhill anyway. Then yes. Yeah, exactly. That is a benefit to nationwide standards, and well, we're going to get into this right here. Wow. Okay. Wow. Well, here we go. We're going to go down a rabbit hole. Um, so, say Google, Goo, right? And then there's um, there's these different types of shingles, right? So the three tab shingles. So you got these 3-tab shingles that were everyone knows about these shingles, of course, but I'm just gonna like be a little lesson here. So let's put me right there. All right. This was the type of shingles they would use in modern time. They used to have like metal roofs. My grandpa would paint metal roofs, and that's why he called himself Snow White Roofers. But over time, the shingles became popular, and he started in '57. And over time, they went to shingles. And so this was the shingles that people used. And before that, they used to use slates, like from mountains. And man-made, also, that were kind of toxic. All right, so that was the shingle that used to be used, but in more... It's all... Oh, okay, Passion. Understood. I see. Oh, it reminds you of movie sets. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's the the corrugated roofing. That's the garage my family has is corrugated, and that's the type of shingles that the type of roofs that my grandpa would paint, as I said a moment ago. Oh, that's interesting, Passion. That's how they do it over where you are. Okay. Todd, thank you for letting me know. I'll certainly check it out. Thanks. There's rioters can be at it can get wild. Wow. Thank you, Todd, for the update. All right, so yes, it reminds you of a movie set. So basically, this is a three-tab shingle that I was taught about when I was little because it was he taught me about how the roofing works. And the three-tab shingle, it goes out and in. Like you put one out, and then you put one in, like 6 inches and 5 inches on the bottom, and you just kind of work it up like a ladder. In the 2010s and maybe 2008, 2010s to now, they don't use these shingles as much anymore because when wind and snow and stuff happens, the shingles, those little tabs, rip off. So they use a more powerful one. So that, just for example, that's a tab roof, a tab shingle roof. And now what they use is the architectural shingles. There we go. This is what they use now. And these architectural shingles are a little bit more complicated, and they work by first they lay a shingle down. They take the top part of it off on one of them and put it on the where the gutter is and lay it there and nail it, and then they build it up as it goes up. Same thing applies here, but they mostly cut it. They have a big piece and a medium piece and a little piece and a smaller piece, and then they put a shingle on the other side, and then do it like a ladder and just like stairs and build it up. Yeah, yeah, very nice indeed. And these were not as popular when I was growing up, or they were just becoming more popular because I would see them all the time. Like for instance, in the yard, we'll walk around and we'll use shingles as a sidewalk. Like you put them and use them as a sidewalk, and the cats like to lay on them. So we have quite a few of those as like a, and these are used as a walk because it's like a little square. No, not a square, but a rectangle. Yeah, it's a very nice design. So I was mainly taught the three tab shingle, but I on my own when I was older I learned about the architectural shingles. Yeah, I like the designs on them too, and they're much more sturdy against wind and rain and snow than the old ones. They used to use something called tar paper, but now they use something more advanced now. But that's what they used back in the day, the tar paper. Of It's a black paper. It has a smell to it, and it's real like a tough fabric. The gold miners used it for their roofs in the Old West. Something I learned recently. Yeah, so that's just some scenes of how the roof looks. Yeah, it's very cool. And they come in all kinds of colors. Those are some other variations of it. There's luxury shingles too. Yeah. Let's see. So these are all the different colors people can choose, like a template. Like in the contractor will put it on the roof. Green, red, all kinds of colors. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see here. So it's called. Let's see if I got this right. Yeah, so these are like roofs and they have snow on them. Yeah. Okay. I'll show you what tar paper looks like. Yeah, and a lot of tar paper can be heated up. Like there's commercial roofs that will use tar paper like that, and they get a blowtorch, a giant blowtorch, and they heat it up. And on the roof, there's also something called a tar kettle. They had one when I was like in uh, high school. It was a giant metal thing, and it would bubble and pop this black tar stuff, and they have to wear special outfits because if it gets in your skin, it burns you up. Passion says, I guess it's better to have little shingle fly off than a giant sheet of corrugated metal, but the metal is bolted on. Yeah, because the metal flying through the wind will uh, definitely cause damage indeed. But yeah, it is good that they bolt it on. That's very wise of them because they just use nails. Like for instance, this is someone laying down a roof. This is how they did it back in the old time. I call it old times, but like in before they did the modern stuff that they have now. So yeah, they would take a nail gun or with that, and they'll just put that on the roof, and you have like the shingle bundles, and that's how they did it, and that's a roll of it. And that's another scene. Roofer putting it on. Right. Now in our modern times, that's how they do it now. They have this white paper, which I don't really know what it is exactly, but this white material instead of tar paper, and then you have it looks like a staircase of architectural shingles. Right. Okay, and a lot of times they have to shovel the stuff off, and there's a coating that they put like near the gutter. This other material, so for the snow protection, like all that's for snow. Yeah. There's also Pink Panther shingles. So the Pink Panther company, they a lot of times they sell insulation, but they also sold roofing shingles too. Like they got the Pink Panther, and he's selling shingles to people now. Right? You see the Pink Panther is giving different options. Does that mean you have? Oh yeah. Okay, so about that, very good question. It definitely would be similar skill set to doing roofing, like doing mountain climbing. Now, usually they don't wear. There's safety equipment you can use, correct? Like with mountain climbing, where you put the harnesses on. But a lot of times, if you are working, you could trip over it. So a lot of people just don't use the harnesses, but they can. And when you're on a roof, it's like when you're about to get up on the roof on the ladder, there's like a you feel scared, but then you uh, kind of like you have to stand on top of the ladder, and you're kind of like suspended in midair a little bit, and then you get on the roof, and it feels kind of awkward, but it's actually kind of decent to walk on. It doesn't look it, but it's a little bit like easy to walk on. Not easy to walk on, but easier than it looks. Now there's some roofs that are so steep that it's like ridiculous. Where yeah, you're gonna have to use a harness, and you definitely would have to have like mountain climbing skills. Someone that does mountain climbing or does roofing could probably do mountain climbing too. Absolutely, and you're up high. First time that I was on a roof was when I was in pre-K. Our grandpa brought me home from pre-K, but he actually brought me on a roof, and that was interesting. And when someone's climbing a ladder, you have to. People try to do it like this, but it's actually the sides of the ladder. You want to just kind of glide your hands up because people climb a ladder wrong. Let's see. Let's see. Roofing. Harness. uh, Passion said that would never fly here. Crazy American safety is optional. Right, right. You scared? For instance, this is the of these are the harnesses for roofs. And this guy's wearing a helmet. That's a smart idea because I don't remember wearing helmets on roofs, but it's something people should do. Don't say don't try this at home. All right, and see, that's a dude that's like on a roof, and he's gonna he's harnessed up, so he doesn't fall off. Okay, so it's like mountain climbing. Yeah, that's a tile roof. I know how to do tile roofing. So you take a tile on two on its back, and then you put one on top of the in the middle, and you just keep on nailing it. Well, this is a woman doing it. This is a woman roofer, and she's harnessed up, and she's on the architectural shingled roof, and you see it have green grass, and there's a wooden fence. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so there you go. That's the people using their brains and harness up. And that's the harness itself. I never wore one of those, but it's what it is. Let's see what. Let's see. Oh, let's go to this next part. All right, and tile roofs. See, that's tile roofing. More of a like an American, a South American design, right there. They use that down there. Yeah, as I said, I know how to do those, and those are good for using for as a gutter system, by the way. And they're good for for cat food or for something to the cat might like to lean on. Cats also like bricks. Okay, I see, because those are tiles that I was taught how to use. Right, it's a you put two on their back, and then you put one on top. It's pretty cool. It's like Roman type shingles, Roman type roofing. I've seen those before too. Oh, there's the oldest one is slate. This is slate roofing. They would take pieces of mountains and use it as roofing shingles before roofing shingles existed. Oh, your sister has tiles on it. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's a nice tropical choice. Yeah, you have those which these tiles, for parts of mountains, and that's what they used back in the day. Okay. Yeah, so that is pretty cool. And there, let's see, asbestos, which is dangerous. Asbestos is dangerous. All right, so this is the asbestos shingles that they used back in the past, but they're kind of like toxic to inhale. And that was on the roofs back in the 50s and about 40s, 30s, before the other things came out. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Pash. There's actually instances of grass growing on roofs, especially probably these types of roofs, or the slate roofs, more likely to have that. Let's see if we can find any pictures of that. Oh, there we go. We got some grass on the roof, right there. There's your roof. Passion's roof. Let's see. Okay, so the entire thing is just for snow protection. Ice and water shield. Okay. It just makes sense to me. Grass produces heaps of oxygen and converts to CO2. That's a very smart idea. And you would have an abundance of that. Definitely. Yeah. Like this is over in Europe. Yeah, this is the ice shield for roofs. That's how they protect it from snow. Right there. That's what they use now instead of tar paper. Let's go. Let's go there. And let's find out this. I'm curious about is the corrugated roofing down under, and does that just make it slide off or structural support when snow builds up? Okay, so it is okay. That is put over that. So, for instance, that is put on the on first. And then the shingles, like the architectural shingles, are put on next after that. So that's how it works. And what it does is it's a seal, like a watertight seal. So if anything leaked from the shingle, it would be a watertight under there to protect it from leaking. And by being protected from leaking, it doesn't rot the wood, so it can be structurally sound and not collapse. And the way the architecture of the roof is designed, you see the high angles and the triangles. The way it's designed causes the snow to slide off. So that's how that like works together. So by keeping the roof dry, it does structural support. And the design, the geometric designs help it slide off eventually. Because you see, if you have a lot of snow that's building up on it, is just going to go on its fall off on its own and melt eventually. Yeah. So it is for structural support and helps it slide off. You see, you got that right there, and the sea shingles. Right there. All right. So that's an example right there. Lots of steep angles, and they just depend on the national standards to do the rest of the work. Yes, correct passion. Yes. Okay, and passion says so. If a home doesn't have that to prevent roof damage, they should get the snow off their roofs quickly to avoid wood damage. That certainly would be a good idea technically. Although most people do not do that. The it would depend on the situation. If it was there for a long time, people can go up there and get it done. Because a lot of times when people clear out their pathways when it's snowing, it would be a wise decision. Now, if they don't have it on there, the way the roofs were designed in the past, it should still hold up, but over time it will wear out, and you would have to get it replaced. Just the thing about the other version I just showed you, that keeps it preserved longer before you have to get it changed, because the particle board, which is the roofing wood, and the way it's architecturally designed, the buildup will eventually cause the snow to fall off on its own. Because you have so much of it build up, but then it kind of like pushes itself out. So it was designed like that, but the key here is that nothing to either roof will happen right away. It'll be a time, over time and over time, it eventually wears out, and you have to get it replaced. So the way they have it now is to prolong the lifespan of the roof. The architectural shingles with the ice and watertight seal to make it pretty much theoretically invincible. But of course, there is weather patterns, Pash, that can cause wind damage to roofs, even if it's less likely on an architectural shingle where they have to get it replaced or fixed by a roofing repairman. And a lot of times, Pash, it happens where you have a shingle that's damaged, and the roofer has to go up and fix it. And when they do that, it prevents the wood from getting rotten. You know, so they can get damaged. They usually catch it before it gets really bad. Yeah. Very good questions, by the way. See, right there, that is a roof being put on by that white fabric is the ice and watertight seal, and that's the architectural shingles being placed on there. That way, the roof will survive for a long time, longer than the three tab shingles. All right, there's a design. There's the see what all that does is keep the wood dry, so it doesn't rot the wood and cause the building to collapse. Yeah, but of course, as I said, they still can get damaged. They usually say it's good to have 6 nails on there, so it doesn't completely rip off, because it has to handle the wind. Hey, Passion said, I've been dealing with the winter in my prison. Got grit bins for the paths, snow plows for the roads, separate insulation from the water pipes. Yep, and that is the struggle of winter. Yeah. So that's how you start it out, right? That's how someone starts out the architectural shingle, like stairs, and they just put it on like that. And there's another example of it. It's some because if people don't run the water right, the pipe breaks, and it could cost thousands of dollars to get it repaired. All right, so yeah, that's the staircase mechanism, and that's the better than tar paper. Let's see here. And I'll give you some more context. The vulnerability. So tar paper that used to be used is made of organic paper or fiberglass saturated with asphalt, which makes it prone to tearing or rotting when wet. Modern alternatives: synthetic underlayments, usually made of woven polypropylene or polyester, are virtually unrippable, and they can withstand high winds and heavy foot traffic during installation without puncturing or tearing. Back in the past, it was tar paper. Water resistant versus waterproof. Tar paper is water resistant but not waterproof. It can absorb moisture over time, causing to wrinkle or buckle, which prevents the final shingles from laying flat. UV sensitivity. It is highly sensitive to sunlight and can become brittle or dry out if left exposed more than a few days. Synthetic options can often be left exposed for 90 to 180 days while providing complete UV protection. Tar paper has oily surface, becomes extremely slippery when wet or dusty, posing a significant fall risk for roofers on steep pitches. Traction. Modern synthetics are engineered with textured, slip-resistant, grippy surfaces to ensure better traction for workers. Weight coverage. Heavier loads. The tar paper is significantly heavier and more cumbersome than modern materials. For example, a single roll of synthetic underlayment can cover the same area as nearly 87 pounds of traditional felt while weighing only 22 pounds. Fewer seams. Because of the synthetic rolls are lighter, they are often manufactured much larger rolls, leading to fewer seams where water could potentially infiltrate. Health and longevity. Historic hazards. Older versions of tar paper. 1980s. Passion says, gee, seems like half of their research has gone into the compensating for lazy, unharnessed workers. Yep. Yep. That's true. Yeah, those darn lazy, unharnessed workers on that roof, they uh, they're not taking responsibility for their actions. That's something we know. And so they had to come up with all these reasons to defend the actions of laziness. Right. Older versions of tar paper, 1980s, often contained apstose to increase durability, which poses severe health risk during removal or repair today. Short lifespan. The tar paper technically lasts 10 to 20 years, whereas synthetic underlayments are designed to last up to 50 years. Matching lifespan of modern high quality roofing materials. Uh, Short lifespan. The tar paper typically. Yeah, I read that. Okay. The synthetic underlayments can last 50 years, matching the lifespan of modern high quality roofing materials. Now, when I was little, they said tar paper and tab shingles can last 50 years. So I don't know uh, if we're going to see if the workers are at fault or the materials are at fault. Wait to find out on the next episode of uh, Roofing Harnessless. That is true, Passion. Definitely. I bet they never told people your roof will need to be replaced in 10 years when they sold them the houses. That's true. Because back in the 90s, back in the OJ trial, they used the three tab shingle. And you see, this is the kind of roof the Kogarit roof right there. That's the kind of like the Kogarit kind. Um, that's a solar panel roof. But anyway, see, like that. You know, the metal. Okay. See, three tab shingle. You see colors. They said this roof would last 30 years or so. All right. And on the cat house, I would put a roof on the cat house, and I would like to like experiment and play around with it. At first, I put that roof on, and then I did the other kind. But the roof needs to be replaced, of course. It had tar paper on it, and although harnesses were not needed, I was not harnessed nonetheless. So, yep. See, that's the. They said this would last 30 years. Now, back in the 90s, uh, in the early 2000s, they would. This is the kind of roof that they would have, the three tab shingle. And over time, they switched to the architectural shingles. Right, there's three tab shingles versus architectural shingles. See, there's green, there's blue, there's all kinds of colors. And when they're nailing the shingles down with the nail gun, they do it really fast. Like, drrr, drrr, do it very fast. Let's go here. Let's see. Wrong window. This window. Yeah, so the shingles didn't last as long as they said they did. Right. Okie pokey. Let's see. Let's go here. Oh, let's do that one. This one. Let's go here. Fashion said, I don't know, there's certainly an Aussie vibe to the sound of a cat walking along a corrugated iron roof or the pitter patter of rain becoming a deafening roar. Oh, okay. That sounds like a very good idea, and I agree with you. And that's what will be put on the new roof for the cat house. Facts. Good idea. Alright, let's go to this window. This is a video of it. Alright, you see that's how they do it. You see how fast they're nailing it? Some people think that they nail it a little bit too fast at times. Let's see. See, put some sound on. One. Alright, so that is like what it looks like when people are working on the roofs. Right there. See, they nail it very fast. They go like. Brr, brr, brr. Fashion says TikTok roofers. We can make content here, bro. How fast can you shingle? Yep. Even the roofers are TikToking. Okay, and see Home Depot. Let's take past the Home Depot. Alright, here we go. Okay. Let's see. They don't. Okay, so this is the 3-tab shingle. Right here. Like they could like when they buy it. This is like online, but they go in the store and buy them, or the congruent metal too. Like that's how it's 39 US. This is like the one that's out of service, like the outdated one. Okay, so like this is like the little. They'll show you like you do that. They show you length, you know, things like that. Okay, and yeah, 10. Okay, it says 10-year stain guaranteed roof protection. All right, and then this is the architectural ones. Like, of course, they would have these places, and you could just go and buy them. They have a section of the store where there's tons of bundles of shingles just chilling there. But these are the more popular ones now. You see all the different colors they have. You know, that's what they do. Yeah, all this, and that's what they have like in the stores themselves. Like you see here, they'll give you like an option of you have that, and then they can choose a color, slate, etc. See, that's the slate color. They're like the thickness of a kid's A3 art pad. Right. Oh, we got that. See, that one's much better duration. Yeah, so that is the shingles from the shingles shop. Let's see. These are bundles of shingles. So this is like the packages, the packs of shingles they come in. And we're gonna make it so she could see it. There we go. Let's put him over here. All right. Yes, Passion. I will be honored to do that stream. I'm looking forward to that. Absolutely. Definitely. We'll do a stream one day where we stress test a shingle and seem like every home in America vulnerable through the roof. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We'll do that. See, that is a 3-tab shingle. See, those shingles blow off. Those tabs blow off very easily. You see, that's a home, like, somewhere out in kind of like a woodsy area, and you have 3-tab shingles, but they're going to change it. See, those are the bundles, they call them. See, that's a bundle opened up. Okay, so that's the Pink Panther ones. And then this is what it looks like at Home Depot or Lowe's. You see, that's a bundle of shingles in the shingle area, and that's just one just opened up. How much do I need for the cat's roof? I need one or two. That's how many I need. Most likely just one. At the most two. It's a little. So originally it was a piece of wood. When I was little, I got a piece. It was cat Wispy, right? And they're little kittens, the red cat. So red cats. And when I was in first grade, and I made this like I got a piece of wood and put it on the ground, like a little with a brick. And it was a little opening, and I'm like, this is Wispy's house. And then I was in the yard with one of my grandpa's friends and showing him, and then he kind of put this thing that used to belong to a table out the way. So I'm like, I'm gonna use that instead. So I got rocks from the rock area, which is like right out there, and I filled this area with rocks. The corner, the cornerstone region of the part of the yard, and then I put this was part of a table one time, and then I put the board on top of it, and it was a few feet tall cat house, and the cats like to sit on the roof. That's and you put like a blanket inside, and it's a and the cats like they don't like being closed in, so they can just walk in and out as they please. Yeah, certainly needs to be replaced, by the way. But yeah, that would be enough. That bundle right there, maybe two. I highly doubt it though. That's probably enough right there. It does depend on the piece of wood that I get, how big it is. Maybe one or two. The old one would just be one, but the new one maybe one or two. That's a pile of shingles that were thrown off a roof. Hey Roxy, good to see you. We're talking about roofing. Yeah, so yeah, that right there it is another example of the people on the roof. Okay, and Apache says my cat doesn't like the door being closed, but also doesn't like outside alone. It's a constant struggle. Yeah, it's like a lose lose or win. It's like a situation, an unwinnable situation. All right. Oh, and um, see, that's it up close. A shout out to Roxy. Awesome to have Roxy in chat. Okay, and some Timberline shingles. Let's see. Well, let's see a damaged roof. Oh, and my other loves to do biscuits. My Persian cat loves to be hugged. My other loves to do biscuits. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. See, Passion, that's a damaged three tab shingle from a, a a storm. right there. That's damage from wind. This is other damage right here. When that happens, water gets inside the gets on the wood and the wood rots out. Okay, and that's some more damage from the architectural shingles. And that one right there. Yeah, that's the damage. Arca. She's talking to. Oh, let's see. She's talking to. Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know. Okay, so we do have high winds in my region, not snow at the moment. So I'm talking like for myself. The snow of not this time, and there's high winds with stormy weather. That's what I have. Last year when it snowed, the roof held up. Grandparents' roof held up well, and so did um, the other ones. So the roofs had no problems last year when it snowed, but this time we just have lots of wind, and so far I think everything's all right. Yeah. I started, and okay, let's see. See that is the three tab shingles being damaged right there. Another name for the architectural shingle is a laminated shingle. See, look at that. Yes, there are tile roofs. Oh yeah, tile. But I could see bats hiding in tile roofs. Definitely. That is so true. They will be. It's like a cave, a little cave for them. I'm serious. Watch this. See, that's a tile roof right there. Yeah, we use tiles for like water drainage and stuff. It's pretty cool, and I know how to put that on. By the way, you heard them. I saw a bat before. When I had this bench swing outside that I used when I was growing up. The evenings in the summer, like when it was about to be summer before school went on break, I would swear I've seen some bats sometimes. They'll fly around. I'll see them sometimes. They're real quick. this roofer was called. This roofer was called to a house to fix a roof because the owner kept hearing things. So I hope they weren't harnessed. I hope they were harnessed. Yeah, scared. Yeah, because some roofers don't like to be harnessed. Yeah, scared, scared. Oh, look, it's unharnessed roofers. Scared, scared. This is the kind in Asia. Oh, LO Roxy. Yeah. Unharnessed roofers. Yeah, because these are, let's say, roof tiles, harnessed roofers. You see, look, it's harnessed. Look, it's a roofing done with a harnessed way. Right there. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, I mean, a lot. Let's say with tile shingles, I'll explain. So let's go here. Back this way. All right. Yeah. Roxy. Okay, so with this type of shingle, with a tile, you put two on their back, and then you put one in the center, and that's how it looks the way it looks, like a waves, because you have some of them on their back, so you have like as a drainage system on the roof, and then the rest are just uphill, and they drain off the roof that way, like this. So like there's one that's like on its back, and then you have the other one on top of it, and it creates a couple of layers, and that's how that roof works. Yeah, for those that are integrated into the tile roofs. Yes, yes. Those Eastern style roofs with the fancy dragon stuff integrated into the tile work, though. Oh yeah, you see, like this is really incredible. Now that roof is brilliant. You see, you got like that cat dragon thing right there, and you see the way it works is that the statue is connected to that. Yeah, very fancy. Yeah. You see that right there, and definitely lots of craftsmanship. Oh, the edge flourishings on a roof. Like they put that part on first before they lay the shingles down. By the way, yeah, Mortal Kombat, right? The anime. Yeah, you see, and they had those curves on the roof. Yeah, that's really cool. You got a full dragon on that roof. Wow. I said that, as I said, takes lots of skill. Shout out to the Japanese roofers. Yeah. So they put that on and they nail it in and they put the gutter over it and then the shingle over it so you don't see it. You look, this is what they put on that roof. The That's the tile they put on and connected to that main roof that you see. You see, look right there, like the dragon. Got that there. Oh, that's a cool dragon. That's an old roof. That's probably a couple thousand years old, or hundreds of years old, at least. Oh, this is instructions. So roofing packs, a roofing bundle has instructions on it in English and Spanish because a lot of the workers are Spanish, and the this is an instruction for the Japanese roof. It's really cool. Like on a roofing bundle, it'll show you a diagram of what to do. I agree. The shingle roofs that we have, if some a storm comes in, it blows them off and damages it. But these things are like mountains on roofs. Definitely, yeah. I agree, passion. Another thing to know is that cypress wood is very good at resistant towards water. Back in down where I am, they would use cypress wood on buildings and stuff and flooring, and it was just water resistant. So there's some wood passion that's completely water resistant where it'll never have a problem. Hypothetically, I mean, I have some cypress wood that's like probably 1,000 years old, probably, yeah, or hundreds of years old at least. Yeah. Well, let's see what this says right there. Okay, this way. What's that? Oops, there. Okay. Wrong window. Wrong window. Um, let's just go this way and do that. All right, and put it like that. Okay. As we look right here, we will have. Let's see. Oh, we should use it more in our buildings. Every piece of wood is carbon captured in solid form, art from the heavens. Amen. Facts. Oh, this is the reasons. Okay. Japanese roofs are often considered stronger or more durable than many USA roofs due to structural design and materials engineered for extreme weather, specifically typhoons, earthquakes, and heavy snow. Vertical force distribution. Traditional Japanese roofing systems are designed to direct pressure straight down onto the structural posts. This pillar based method prevents the structural failures into the structural posts. This pillar was method was prevent the structure from failures, often seen as Western style timber frames during the seismic events or heavy loading. Natural materials, synthetic. In Japanese, natural products like clay, kawara, slate, and wood are preferred over asphalt shingles commonly in the USA. These heavy tiles can last around 75 years with minor repairs, whereas American asphalt roofs typically require replacement every 15 to 30 years. Yeah, snow. Yeah, facts. Yeah. Aerodynamics and slope. Japanese roofs often feature extreme slopes and shed heavy snowfall, high ridged, multi pitched, or curved lines that perform better during heavy wind events like typhoons. You see, Pash, I was talking about the angle and the way it's designed. The Japanese perfected it so the snow just falls off the roof much better than the Timu Sheen shingle roofs over in America. Systemic resilience. Modern Japanese building codes are among the strictest in the world. Houses are often built with reinforced frames and flexible joints that allow the roof and structure to move with the Earth's motion rather than resisting until it snaps. Water management. The distinctive upturned corners and deep eaves traditional roofs are functional. They protect the wooden pillars from rain, rot, and help distribute weight more evenly across the support beams. That's why the Japanese roofs are better than American roofs. Passion says, no, don't Timu shingles the cat house alien. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Scared. The cats need to know that their roof is not a 10-year roof, but a 75-year roof. Yeah. The clay roofs from the clay roofs from Japan. The tiles systematic activity through a blend of historical techniques designed for controlled failures and modern engineering focused on rigid stability. So obsessed with the European things versus American things, food, makeup, and skincare. Oh yeah, yeah. That's something that is very interesting. That's good. They want to care about food because over here they don't really have strict laws regulating food, and they don't always give us the any of the best things that are for us. Yeah, I agree. With the also with the medicines too. Yeah. Traditional mud set method. Pre 95. Historically, tiles are laid on thick bed of wet soil or mud without mechanical fasteners. During the severe earthquakes, these heavy tiles intended to slide off a roof while dangerous, so others below this shed significant dead weight from tops of the structure, preventing heavy roofs from acting like a pendulum that could cause the entire timber frame to collapse. All right. I think it's crazy you drive on the right side of the road and aren't you all sitting on the left side of the vehicle. Absolutely crazy. Yes, absolutely. That's true. I also think from the other way around, the way y'all drive the vehicles is different than how we do it. Yeah, it's it's kind of like opposite day. But yeah, that we do. Yeah, it's a culture shock indeed. Right, Roxy. Inertia force. The high mass of Kaurara roof increases the lateral sideways forces exerted on house during tremors. You approach roundabout clockwise. I'm just warning you beforehand because I don't know how you do it. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, yes, absolutely, Pash. Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, so the United States, the roundabouts, the vehicles travel in counterclockwise direction around a central island. So we're counterclockwise.
Sorry, Bubbles. Everything bothers you.
Speed limit for suburban streets is 5 kmph. 40 kmph for school zones and freeways can also 100 kmph. Yeah, they want to be rebellious and do the opposite. Yeah, crunch. Scared. Ashton said there was just this one guy, perfect time in history, who obviously didn't get along with anyone or wanted to be different. No, we drive on the right. No, we do counterclockwise. And they also want to do Fahrenheit and not Celsius. Scared. Something I'm curious about. Let's see. In Australia, corrugated roofing, referred to as tin or metal roofing, over here, they call it tin or metal roofing where I am, is preferred over shingles due to its superior performance in extreme weather, historical availability, and thermal efficiency. Climate resistance. The Australian climate is characterized by intense UV radiation and extreme heat, while asphalt shingles can deteriorate or crack or melt under high temperatures. Metal roofing specifically brands the color bond designed to reflect heat and withstand prolonged sun exposure without warping. I personally think it probably also has to do with um, the one is more one's cheaper than the other. That's what I also think because they always want to uh, uh, companies and people like the consumer and the company want to get everything done cheap as possible for profits and saving money. My opinion. Yeah, and I think it's very intelligent. It's a very good idea that, and that's the original roofs my grandpa worked on. And the the carport is a metal roof. By the way, it definitely does work. Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, definitely. Brush fire safety. Corrugated metal is non-combustible and provides critical barrier against airborne embers during brush fire seasons. Well, that would be good for the West Coast to get because they're always having wildfires over there. Shingles, especially those that are petroleum based, do not offer the same level of fire resistance. Durability and maintenance. Metal roofs can last 50 to 70 years with minimal maintenance. In contrast, asphalt shingles typically have a shorter lifespan, 20 to 30 years, and are more prone to moss growth, slippage, and wind damage. Water management. The distinctive wave patterns of corrugated metal provides superior water shielding properties, which is essential for handling the torrential rain and heavy storms common in tropical regions of Australia. The western edge of the desert. That'd be a good movie name. All right. Historical legacy. Corrugated iron was imported in 1850s because it was lightweight and easy transported across the outback via cart or camel. It became a cultural icon during the Victorian gold rush as a fast, cheap solution for prefabricated housing. All right, so corrugated metal, 50 to 70 years. Asphalt shingles, 20 to 30 years. Heat performance, corrugated shingles. I mean, corrugated metal reflects solar energy, cools quickly. Asphalt shingles retains heat, can deteriorate in high UV. Fire resistance, high non-combustible for corrugated. Asphalt shingle moderate varies by type. Maintenance for corrugated shingle, low resistance algae mold. Asphalt higher prone moss slippage. of corrugated shingle, higher upfront but cheaper over time. Asphalt shingle cheaper upfront. There you go. I was right. It was about cheap. They want to get it done cheaper. All right. So uh, we learned that corrugated shingles and Japanese corrugated metal roofs and Japanese shingles. They both don't have any shingles, so I need to get that dream out of my head. Corrugated metal and Japanese roofs are superior. All depends on the rust proofing. Most homes are built near the sea. Our building standards are pretty strict for roofers as a result. Ah, that's a good analysis. That's a good analysis. Because that could be a factor in it. Indeed. All right, so rust would not be a major issue. It provided the correct material and coating and selected for local environment, while raw steel can rust when exposed to moisture and oxygen. Modern manufacturers have largely mitigated through protective coating. Galvalium, the most popular choice for long-term rust resistance in US. This coating blends zinc, aluminum, silicon. It typically lasts 40 to 60 years before showing significant corrosion, outperforming standards, galvanizing steel by 2 to 4 times. Galvanization steel. Coated with pure zinc, this remains a durable option that can last 20 to 50 years. Aluminum. Naturally rust proof. Aluminum often used coastal areas where salty air would quickly degrade steel. So there is a type of metal that can be used, Pash, where it won't cause the rust. It's those darn uh, unharnessed roofers that have been brainwashing everybody. Scared. If bundles of corrugated sheets are stored outdoors and moisture gets trapped between them, they can develop white rust before they are even installed. Yes, they're reading right here that the corrugated roof usually thousands of screws that penetrate the panels. If there's a fasteners are properly sealed or there's loosened over time, moisture can enter, potentially leading to rust around the holes. Stainless steel would last for 100 plus years. Aluminum 50 plus years. Galvanized 20 to 50 years. Galvium 40 to 60 years. Okay, galvium is used on residential roofs, standard environments. Galvanized. Barns, agriculture buildings, dry climates. Aluminum, coastal areas, salt, air resistance. Stainless steel, high hygiene or extreme industrial areas. So that's something that depends on the type of material. Stainless steel lasts over 100 years. It's crazy. Oh yeah, Passion. She loves watching the Justice. Many people from overseas watch the trial chat. It's because other countries don't have what we have here with the trial stuff. Yeah, I remember during the YSL, I uh, commended her for, uh, congratulated her for hanging in there because it was some off hours probably. Um, and I'm glad that she took an interest in our system. Yeah, there's people across seas, England, France, that like the channel. I'm always like the welcome wagon over there, so I talk to many, like most of the people I go in there, I've talked to before. Yeah, it's that's something that we all have as a justice system that everybody can see. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh. Ah. Yeah, so shout out to Australia. Very, very cool place, and outback, and the camels and the vast deserts that they have in the cities. Like, cause my sister used to live in Melbourne, and it was like a city part, and I'm like, I didn't even know there's cities over there. Um, but I'm more familiar with the outback or the desert part that Passion refers to, not the city part. But I learned about it. That was interesting. I like that it's not easy to sue people here. My goodness, that would be an inconvenience. Yeah, that is true. You are right about that part. But if you lose a case you started, then the cost for both parties are on you here in Australia. Oh, interesting. Interesting, yeah. Um, so the person that loses, if you lose a case you started, okay, so you have to pay for both people. I like it's like a deterrent. You really want to like think twice before suing somebody, and it's not easy to sue people. I like that idea. Over here, you know, you looked at someone funny or you I don't know. You take this and you just throw it out a window and nothing happens. And you don't break anything. They go, oh, we're going to be sued, Buster. That's how it is like here. So that's logical. It's logical. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see this part. This. Oh, I'm gonna show what a tar kettle looks like. That's what I'm gonna do. The tar kettle. There we go. This is a tar kettle. Pash said you can't wrap the people up in bogus cases that go nowhere. You have to make a bogus law like Gonzalez trial and try that instead. Oh, okay. Okay. You see over here, you know, they have a lot of bogus laws that are used in loopholes, but over there, they don't play over there like that. Yeah. As I said, it just seems like a more logical approach. Especially, cases that go down the rabbit hole of nowhere. Yeah. Thank you, Passion, for the information. I do like the way y'all think. So this is a tar kettle that they use for roofing. Certain types of roofs would have tar, and this thing can get really messy, and it pops and it bubbles, and if it gets in your skin, it burns your skin off. Scary. That's one right there. That looks like the one that family had. Junkyard. So that's people working on a tar roof with the tar paper. Yep, they have all that tar paper out, and then they put the hot tar on there. There you go. Okay, yeah. So by the way, if that is the tar roof, and that's like a mop, and they put the tar on there, and that's the blowtorch. Yeah, that's some very messy stuff. That's some dirty jobs right there. I always thought it looked like an 1800s machine. Okay, so we got that. Oh yeah, that's all the components of the Japanese roof. And my head's blocking the way. Okay, let's go here. Yes, you can do it yourself, and I could do it. Yes, a lot of times, but people would have to know what they're doing. A lot of people like don't know what they're doing, or they hire someone to do it. But yeah, you could do it all yourself. Yeah, it may take a little longer because when you have more people doing it, it gets done quicker. But yeah, you could do it yourself. Yeah, and and specifically me, I can do it myself too. Yeah, I'm not talking like an imaginary person in me can do it. Yeah. So I learned about the different types of roofing, and so I know how what someone can do and what I can do. Yeah. And as I got older, I got into YouTube and the tech stuff, because I was also equally fascinated with computers and tech. So I really went like the path of tech over the other path, but I still like the roofing. It's pretty cool. Let's see. And that's the luxury shingle I don't know anything about. All right. So this is the I glitched for a second. That's the luxury type. All right. That is a collage of different colors on one shingle. Yep, I do agree with that, Pash. Yes. See, and then those I got this. I'm gonna be able to talk. The fancy kind, right there. Here. The ones that scatter water the most are most effective for roofs. That's very important. Okay. Let's see. Go get that one. Oh, let's see anything else. Okay. Yes, yes, we do have gutters. Our gutters run off into this. I think we have both. You see, you have a gutter right here. Right. Right. So that is the gutter right there, and it falls right there. So you see, that's the shingle roof, and then it falls into that little ditch right there. It's the gutter, and what's the bottom part? You see, you got a gutter, and it could be. It goes into a box or just in the grass. You see, like right here, the gutter just runs off into the street, right there. Or you could put it inside a. You could put tiles underneath the gutter so the water can go more smoothly, or get a box that the water goes into. Yeah, so that's how our gutters work. Okay, yeah, I'll take those points gladly. Yeah. And that's a typical house, and those are shingles, and that's like the gutter on the side of it right there. Yeah. You see, those are some dead leaves that are blocking a gutter right there. And that would restrict rain from pouring out of it. And that's where it has to be cleaned out, definitely. And see, that's some, gutter and water coming out the gutter right there. Oh, I know. And the streets have drains. The streets have drains in them, like on the sidewalk, and that's where a lot of the water comes out to help the streets not overflood. Yeah, and it all just kind of goes down to the sidewalk. He said this is like one of those like tile roofs with the gutter. This is a little bit more fancy looking attached to it like that. And it just kind of goes off that way. And then this is a brass one or like a copper looking one, and it look fancy, and it just goes from those pipes downward. All right, this is another gutter right there. Yeah, so that's those are leaves in a gutter, and a lot of times you have to like clean them out, like just because they get kind of clogged up sometimes. That's very interesting, Passion. How they do it there. And they run a strip of metal through. Yeah. So they do it on site rather because what we do is we buy them from the uh, store or order them offline usually. And they have a printing thing. See, that's like a 3D printer probably. And you run a that sounds. Uh, yeah, I've not heard of that. All right, that's a gutter. It looks like it's made out of plastic. See, that's a gutter of copper, more of a fancy one. You see, that's a mechanism of a gutter system. Oh, okay. Thank you, Passion. Okay, let's see. Oh, am I really blocking it? Oh well. LOL. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's see. I saw a Pash. That is very cool. It's like a magic trick. It just the gutter just materializes out of nowhere. Yeah, I agree. It is pretty cool, indeed. These are some different looking gutters, more fancy looking. It looked kind of like a Victorian or some sort of a steampunk looking gutters right there. Yeah, and then that's a red tile roof with the copper. It's that's nice. So yeah, so those are some different types of gutters. Let's see, some roofs over here have solar panels on them. See, that's a solar panel being installed on a roof. They'll have some of those. Some people have those. They're real expensive. Oh, solar panel itself pretty fast out there. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. Right now, where I am, it's 2 degrees Celsius, 35 Fahrenheit. Passion says heaps of available land that could feasibly be used for solar panels, but everyone owns a chunk of their own, and nothing is free. Ah, you see, if it was more communal, Maybe people could have solar panels on there. They could power more electricity for people, but they don't want to do that. Further you come, the more expensive it gets as you begin dealing with native land holders and title rights. I don't know. This made me think of something where on YouTube creators were talking about it, where you could get a title for Scotland, and you can be a Scot, like you could be a lord of Scotland, but it's actually nonsense because they'll give you like a certificate, but it's actually not real. Yeah, and native landholders title rights. Yeah, I'm sure it could get more and more expensive, but it'd be nice if they had more solar panels for. I would hope I would think that would be a good thing. I don't know everything, but I think it would be good to have more solar panels to power their country, their cities or whatever, their communities. And I don't know what else they're going to use it for, uh, but of course the native people could be respected. I'm not talking about them specifically, but the other people that like I don't know Joe Schmo uh, down there with a hat on, and he owns a land he doesn't do anything with. Maybe he could use it for something else. That's all I'm saying. Asher says, kind of in a weird way, the rights you'd be dealing with here actually entitles the holders to huge chunks of cash, and the Scotland ones don't exist. Yeah, there's a big difference. A Titanic-sized difference. Huge chunks of cash, and Scotland ones don't exist. We have a dark history of our own. I think every country might have one hidden away somewhere. How we dealt with the locals when first arrived. Yeah, passion. Yeah, we have some dark stories too, as well. Hmm. It seems like it was like that over there too. Okay, but yeah, and then I guess certain people were able to hold land titles and make profits off the mines, the gold and silver, and I suppose diamonds are mined there. I don't know if diamonds are mined there, but yeah, whatever was mined there, they got it. Yeah, I understand. And let's see. See, it says right here, according to the all-knowing Google, the western part has more gold mines. I mean, I'll say like it sounds like adventurous in a way, but um, yeah, interesting. I'd say. Okay, thank you, Passion. Africa's a place where they have diamonds. Okay. Look at this, everybody. It's an abandoned gold mine in Western Oz. See, that's an abandoned mine in the western part of Australia, and reminds me of the terrain. All reminds me of the western USA also, 'cause that's where a lot of mining happened. Yeah. So I guess they had their wheelbarrows and they got the precious metals and rusty things out of there. Yeah. All right. Let's see. See, that's another abandoned mine, but then you have this mine. For some reason, it looks like a crater, which is like usually I'm thinking like a cave, but I see these things and like I don't know what's going on here, but it's like a crater there instead of an actual like cave when a dude goes in there with a pickaxe and a wheelbarrow like the dwarves from Snow White. This is a little bit different looking. Okay, passion. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh yes, yes. Produces lots of livestock exports and other. Oh yeah, yeah. And corn's very popular. Of like Americans eat corn, but other places think it's like cattle food. But yeah, we eat. I've grown it myself actually. Okay, huge swaths of farmland sounds idyllic to me, and snow. Yeah, yeah. It said snow. It could be slippery, but it's still like fun to walk in. And yeah, I had uh, I did a snow stream as I told you, and I took snow pictures. And I remember seeing Bowles' brother in the snow. He blended right in. Yeah, we do have tractors, things of that nature. We're trying to bring more manufacturing back to the U.S., but most of the manufacturing was outsourced overseas. You know, a tractor that's cool, the John Deere tractor. It's this green tractor. You see, this is a tractor that it's a well-known one. We're gonna this. Yeah. See, that's like used for like farming. Oh, that is sad. That is sad passion, indeed. So now this one right here. Now, because there is a loss of jobs that can occur when that happens. People lose their livelihood and stuff. Well, not livelihood, but people who lose get laid off. Because there is a part of Georgia has a lot of carpet manufacturing. There's a part of Georgia that they had layoffs on one of their factories, and people are triggered about it in our region. Ford's a classic car in the U.S. All right, so you got that. Let's see for lawns. And see, this is the John Deere tractor for lawns. My family had one at one time. I like the green and the yellow. It was so cool. It would have like a bunny, a turtle, or a rabbit. It would have a rabbit or a turtle as gauges. Yeah, you just kind of just go and cut everything. Now, Why did they close the manufacturing plant for Ford Passion? What was the reason? Here with that. Let's go to. Passion says just cheaper to import rather than produce and sell, export. It makes financial sense. Okay, if it works out for y'all, that's good. I don't know which one it benefits the most, of course, but yeah. Okay, thanks for explanation. I had one of the mechanical push mowers as a kid. Well, my parents did. I didn't really do the mowing. Oh, right, right. I wouldn't think so. Yeah. Uh, Usually, it'd be parents would do that. Yeah. I have a Honda push mower. I use in the grass. By the way, see, it's a nice desert. Let's see. Honda push mower. Honda push mower. I have this one. Um, right there. It cuts very well, by the way. It has safety mechanisms in it where you can release the lever and it stops, and you can propel it forward. It's really cool. You have to push two. You have to push a lever down and hold something back to start it up. Yeah, the one over in Australia. Yeah, let's go here. The desert is so silent, but at night, your universe opens up to you. Okay, so a question I have is, okay, there's something called in Iran. There's a Iran's Bermuda Triangle where it's like the Dune of Jinn. It's called in English, but in their language it's Rega Jinn. It's this place where they thought it was haunted because at nighttime it would have there's like it gets cold at night and hot during the day, so the dunes would move around and make a humming noise, and the rocks would crack open. And so, Passion, have you at nighttime? Do you or during the morning time? Do you ever hear rocks breaking open when it goes from hot to cold, or like strange desert noises? From the, I'd like to know if you, because it's hard for me to fathom exactly what that is exactly. Anyway, um, Passion said, "I will challenge you, alien. You haven't seen the night sky until you've seen it from the center of a desert." Well, Passion, I always want to go to the center of the desert to see that. So that is something we'll add to the list. I'm sure it's breathtaking. Breathtaking is an understatement because I have a couple of stars I see at night and get stargazed, but I'm sure that there's it's even uh, more of a few more stars than what I see over here. I could see in Orion's belt completely. By the way, I could see the whole thing. But it's like a dark sky with stars and planets in it. I like the clouds look different there. Looks like they're like floating above, like they're like flat pancakes. Down here, the clouds are like cotton candy. It's interesting. Passion says we don't really have soft moving sands here. Our land formations are pretty fixed. That would be scary though. You can hear rocks acclimating in the to morning heat and cooling down. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Passion, for letting me know of. Yeah, because in yeah, because the jinn or before Islam even came to that part of the world, to the Middle East, before even it existed, they believed in genies or jinn, that were these magic entities. Some sightings have been encountered by people from the U.S. Army, but uh, and other people that were like that live over there because they're like ghosts. So their scientific explanation about the Ring of Jinn, the Dune of Jinn, is that it was just a desert that no one could go into. And anybody that went into the desert didn't make it out, and camels would not enter it. Nothing would enter it or come out of it. And there's allegedly a oasis in the center. So that was very wild, very wild, indeed. So yeah, but the scientific explanation is that there's the dunes move around over there, and those rocks cracking open in the morning time scared the people. And this story goes back to like the time of the Persian Empire and before that. It's thousands of years old. The tale. Yeah. Accommodate to the climate. A uh, climber ties. Oh, a climb ties. Okay. Not seen that word before. Thanks. Okay. Glad you explained that to me. Let's see. Yeah, so it's something I'm going to have to go and experience to see these chirping rocks. I hear. Oh, I like that. It's a. I like the shrubs. The shrubs are just see those shrubs have to be hardy to be able to withstand that type of heat and no rain or a little rain. How about that? Maybe they get rain once in a blue moon. Not often. Oh, I like that one. That's nice. Okay. That is cool. The giant snake and the turtle. I like that. It must be. I've not heard about that one. The snake is within most of the Milky Way strip. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, I can see that in a way, the way it looks. Yeah. So it's really interesting. Okay. I've heard about the turtle before. I've heard about the turtle before, but not the snake part. Yes, yes. I've heard so not the snake, but the turtle I heard of. Okay. Thank you for mentioning it. My cousin had a wallpaper on his Facebook of the turtle. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I knew it sounded familiar to me. And elephants too. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So, oh, passion. I also like that as well. It's very interesting. Different origin stories. There is the. I remember I was learning in geography class that many years ago. The there was this the native people of Scandinavia, the indigenous people there, believed that we came into existence through the eye of a deer, and everything got created. It's very fascinating. And also, I like what you were saying about the turtle and the snake, because there's definitely constellations that would look like a serpent. And yeah, I've heard that before. I just didn't quite remember it offhand, but I refreshed my memory. I get it. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. There's also Pandora's box. Some cultures have a creator of some kind that made it, or a group of like the Native Americans, indigenous people of America, also is called, have this concept of there's owls and there's thunderbirds that communicate through spiritual means, and eagles, and they'll communicate. And I like that explanation for things too. It's definitely that's how he explained it to the people of that time, and their spirituality. If they were told that by some being or by uh, they figured it out, or however it happened. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, because I remember the turtle and the way it looks and the way our world is, and it's like that's eventually became like we have different TV shows and movies and cartoons, and over time people learn stuff because people back in the day would talk by a campfire or whatever, and would talk about stories and things that were true. Some things may have been embellished, and that's how people told stories back then. Now we have movies and TV shows, etc. Oh yes, yes, that's very cool. Their origin stories definitely are interesting, uh, intriguing too. Let's see. All right, all right. In the Greek mythology, origin stories describe the universe from transition from formless void to ordered world ruled by gods. The most widely accepted version comes from Hesiod's Theogony, though other variations exist. The universe began as chaos, dark, boundless void. From this void, the first primordial beings emerged. Gaia, Earth, mother of all things. Oh, hello, Mary Toodles. Good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Tartarus, the deep abyss of the underworld. Eros, love, driving force of creation. Erebus, I may be pronouncing these things wrong, by the way. Nyx, darkness, night, who together birthed Aether, bright air, and Hemera day. Gaia alone gave birth to Uranus Sky, who became her husband. They produced the first generation of Titans, along with the one eyed Cyclops and the 100 handed hair cat on Ceres. Uranus, hating this monstrous creature, imprisoned them with Gaia, causing her immense pain. Seeking revenge, Gaia helped her youngest son, the Titan Cronus, castrate his father with a sickle. From Uranus's blood, the Furies and Giants were born. Furies and Giants were born, and both have served genitals cast into the sea. The goddess Aphrodite emerged. Oh, nice, Mary Cherry. Region of the Cronus and Olympians. Cronus became the ruler, but fearing the prophecy that his own children would overthrow him, he swallowed each of his offspring at birth. His wife, Rhea, eventually tricked him by hiding her sixth child, Zeus, and giving Cronus a swaddled stone to swallow instead. Yeah. So I have to make it YouTube friendly. Yeah. Scared. Alright, let's see. Once grown, Zeus forced Cronus to regenerate his siblings Hera, Hestai, and Demeter, Hades, and Poseidon. This sparked the Titan Amachi, a 10-year war between the Olympians and the Titans led by Zeus. Olympians won and banished Titans to Taurus, establishing Mount Olympus as the new seat of power. Yeah, scared. There are different myths regarding the creation of man. Prometheus. The Titan Prometheus is often credited with shaping humans out of clay mud. Ah, interesting. You see that, chat? Look, everyone. Titan Prometheus is often credited with shaping humans out of clay mud with Athena. Breathe life into them. Ah, interesting. Sounds familiar to me. War between Titans and gods way before Disney existed. Prometheus was a Titan. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, indeed. And yeah, this was before Disney, the Disney sagas, and this was before Star Wars and all that stuff. Yeah, this was their Disney Channel back then. 5 Ages of Man. Hesiod describes humans passing through 5 ages, beginning with a golden age under Cronus, where humans lived like gods, and ended with the current difficult Iron Age. That sounds familiar to me. Pandora, the punishment of humanity after Prometheus stole fire. Zeus credited Pandora that the first woman, her curiosity led to open a jar box, released all the world's evils, leading only to hope instead. Sounds familiar to me. Yep. Reminds you of the Titan that was submerged in the water. Yep. Yeah. Alright. Okay. And let's go here. Japan. All right, Passion said Pandora had a jar at first, not a box. It was closer to an urn, really. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Because, yeah, I don't even think they had boxes like that back then. It was more likely an urn or a jar or a vase of some kind. I think Prometheus could conceivably change its form to a box and contain the horror within, though. It was. If I was writing it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. He could have changed his form, changed the form into whatever he wanted it to be. Yeah. And there could be different interpretations of it as well. Okay, the Japanese creation story is recorded in ancient texts like the Kojiki and Nihon Shokai. Or, oh, wait a minute. No. Nihon Shoki describes the formation of the world in Japanese archipelago through actions of the god Karmai. Primord- Primordial realm. Universe began as a chaotic, formless mass. Eventually, lighter particles rose from the Taka Magaraha. No, I said that wrong. Tak Magahara. Yeah, there we go. High plane of heaven. While the heavier particles settled from the earth, the first deities appeared spontaneously, followed the several generations of divine pairs, accumulating the Aizanagi, he who invites, and Aizanami, she who invites. Stirring the ocean. Standing on the floating bridge of heaven, Aizanagi and Zenami use jeweled spear to stir the brine of the ocean. When they pulled the spear back, the drops that fell from its tip solidified from the island of Onogoro. The pair descended into the island to build a home and hold a wedding ceremony. The creation. Their first attempt at wedding ritual failed because Aizanami, the woman, spoke first, resulting in a deformed child, the leech child, Hiruko. After correcting the ritual, so Aizanagi spoke first, Aizanami gave birth to the 8 great islands of Japan, followed by many deities representing natural elements. Yeah, I agree. Agree, magical indeed. I never looked into this. I know about Norse mythology and European stuff, but this wasn't as familiar with. No. Oh, I think they're living on a water drop in a failed marriage ceremony. Wait, there's a child. Right. Death and Underworld. While giving birth to Kag Suchi, fire god, Izanami, was fatally burned and died. A grief stricken Izanagi followed her to Yomi, the land of darkness, but found her body in a state of decay. Horrified, he fled and sealed the entrance to the underworld with a massive boulder, effectively separating the lands of the living and the dead. Birth of noble deities. To cleanse himself of the pollution of death, Izanagi bathed in a river. From purification ritual, three major deities were born. Emma Tarasiu. Emma sun goddess, born from his left eye. Tsukuyomi, moon god, born from the right eye. Susano, Susano, storm god, born from his nose. And Emiratariyasiu eventually became the ancestor of Japanese imperial family, linking the divinity of gods to the human rulers of Japan. Well, they had like the Greeks, the Greeks, Spartans were descended of Hercules. A lot of monarchs in the past claimed to be descendants of gods, and then they convert to Christianity and the other Abrahamic religions, and just were appointed by God to rule when the monarchy was a thing. Although the monarchy still exists now, but that's what they believed at the time. So people still believe that now. I'm just saying, like these people believed that they were divinely chosen and also were descendants of a god. So, and that is a Japanese and Greek origin stories, by the way, chat. They extremely, very creative, extremely interesting. It reminds you like a movie, like Disney, those type of movies, and that's what they had instead of Disney. Definitely. Thank you, Passion, for the suggestion, by the way. Passion says this magical story kind of contextualizes everything I ever engaged to related to their culture in my life. Why didn't I know the Japanese story? Am I blind? Yeah, it's a magical story that definitely you could see it relating to. It's like basically talking about your own experience in a way, almost like looking at a mirror. Passion says I was thinking of their story much more though, like domination and civil war. You know, with a huge war, that's a wild one. Yeah, it is a wild one. And the Civil War, it almost reminds me of like the an apocalyptic divide. It's also metaphorical in a sense too, about society in general. But yeah, it seems like almost like a an Avengers universe, the Japanese origin and their gods. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and I guess they also it can be relatable to humans because according to them, their origin story led to us. So we would repeat the same things that, or the society would repeat the same things that happened to them because there was the corruption that occurred. All the origin stories have similarities to them. It's like I think it's incredible. Like these people that were like not the same civilizations all had some similar thing, and of course, they're explaining why we are in the world we're in, and their origin about what occurred. Yeah. Because I've studied about Japan for a while, and I never like looked into their like theology, like the about what happened. Okay, let's see. All right. Passion says, I think they all got tweaked for the same reasons over time to build a society around the narrative. Oh, absolutely. Of and that made they built it around their civilization, and that's how they created their order and the way it is now, based off of that. Definitely. Passion says, I think they all got. Oh, I read that already. Okay. Gotta have reason for why people need to pay taxes. We need a reason for everyone to stop stealing their friends and stuff. It was a way to create a societal order and to get what they wanted to get done. Very well said, thank you. Yeah, because it's to not delete people, to not go burn a city down. Because if you don't have those there, people are just going to do whatever they want. And how you're going to get taxes to pay to fund a government? Yeah, it's like a structure. Oh, look at this thing. By the way, there's this kiwi bird. It's so cool. Look at this little bird. It's a kiwi bird. All right. Yeah, absolutely. So that explains why they had their origin. Explains the origin story. Another thought I just had when we adopted a justice system, we had to leave stories behind as bedrock of society, and they became myths. That's a very good point. That's a very good point because society over time will, when something is so distant in the past, that's what it will cause. Let's see. Let's see. Sword and Stone. Because they'll become legends and myths. It may have happened, but when something's so far back and the stories behind that, it becomes a myth. Yeah, very, very well said. Let's see. Let's go here. Yeah, because it's like people from the past certainly had to, have a narrative and have stories, and it sets a foundation for their system for what they want to get done. I agree. Oh, yeah. Like King Arthur, for instance, was a legend. There's dispute about if he really existed or not, but he was seen as a myth and a legend. But he could have really been there or not. It's up for debate. Yeah, so that's very well said. Also, all right. There we go. Like he pulled a sword from the stone. That was pretty cool. Again for Justinian. Oh, okay, Passion. Thank you. It's good to know. Well, hello there, Mary Toodles. Good to see you. Okay, Passion. I'll save it. Yeah, I will certainly be looking at that one. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. Oh, there's a lot of these things out here. What's this? Pash says, poor dude was trying to rebuild Rome based on a vague memory, but he made a lot of significant changes along the way. Well, that's good that he made change along the way. We're still talking about him all these thousands of years later. So he definitely made an impact. All right, he codification, he legal reform, the corpus juris civilis. He appointed a commission led by Juris Tribonine to compile and harmonize all existing imperial laws. Four parts. The resulting corpus Julius Civilis civil law consisted of codex, imperial laws, and digest legal options, and student textbooks and novels led by laws issued by Justinian. This code became foundation of civil law in many European countries and states heavily influenced by international law. Renovatio Imperii, 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 glory of Rome, by reconquering lost western territories from barbarian tribes. Key conquests: his generals, primarily Belisarius and Narses, reclaimed North Africa, and Vandals in Italy, Sicily, and Ostrogoths and parts of southern Spain, and Visigoths, territorial zenith. Order his rule, Britain, no, Byzantine Empire reached its greatest geographical extent, once again controlling the Mediterranean coastline. Massive building program. After the devastating the Nika riots, 532 AD, destroyed much of Constantinople, and Justinian launched an unprecedented reconstruction effort to showcase imperial power. The Hagia Sophia. He rebuilt the cathedral with revolutionary massive dome and remained the largest church in the world for nearly 1,000 years. Infrastructure beyond churches, he built aqueducts, bridges, fortifications, hospitals, and public nardies, and sport growing capital. Passion says that basically before the reign regained, had everyone had their own laws, punishments based on their own system. He tasked people with building a single unified framework for everyone to use. Yeah, so I assume it was like all decentralized, and then it became more centralized, so everybody could go by the same system. Everybody going by their own systems, it would just probably lead to a bunch of chaos. Yeah, that's very good he did that. Justinian implemented reforms aimed to improving efficiency and reducing corruption in the imperial bureaucracy. Anti-corruption: he abolished the sale of provincial governments, prevail local officials from extraditing subjects to recoup their purchase costs. Women's rights: influenced by his wife, Empress Theodora, he passed laws protecting women from forced prostitution, improving their rights in divorce and property ownership, and instituting the death penalty for rape. Slavery: he improved the legal status of slaves, allowing them to plead for their own freedom and classifying a master deleting a slave as murder. Religious and cultural shifts: Justine enforced a policy of one god, one emperor, one empire, one religion, aiming for absolute orthodox unity. Suppression of paganism: he ordered the closure of famous Platonic Academy in Athens in 529 AD, passed laws strictly forbidding pagan sacrifices, private pagan worship. Monopoly on silk. Oh, he was interested in silk. That's cool, the silkworm. He introduced silk production to the empire after monks smuggled silkworm eggs from Central Asia, creating a lucrative state monopoly that bypassed Persian trade routes. Ah, yeah, he's in that church. Yeah, I've seen depictions of him before, and I'm gonna watch the videos you sent me about him, Pash. Thanks for the playlist. Yeah, it seems like essential for how we are as a Western civilization today. Right, and yeah, there was lots of going on back then. I still give him points for his law code. Yeah, and you don't have to always agree with everything someone does. And he was in a different time period with stuff going on. A lot of messed up things are going on. So yeah, shout out to his legal code. Yeah, it frameworked the our civilization how it is today, in a way. Codex, compilation of imperial laws and constitutions of the time Emperor Hadrian onward, an encyclopedia of legal options and writings from prominent Roman jurists like Eulipine and Paulius. A textbook for law students introducing the fundamental principles of Roman law, which was also seen to be given force of law. New laws issued in Justine after initial completion of Greek orthodoxy. Interesting. And so a shout to Justine's code. Indeed. Scared. All right. Passion says, I think he started out in the livestock industry, so he had an affinity for tailing things. He did that with laws and perspectives. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was probably prepared him for what he was about to get into. I think. Tallying things, I meant. I don't know. I said that wrong. Like in math, tallying up something. Yeah, because I noticed with these laws that he had, he tallied them up, so it was just something he was used to. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Passion. Glad you like it. I was, yeah, I've grown it out recently. I'll go through cycles of growing it out. Some friends and I were in a chat. We're talking about there's some things that we're seeing about the '90s of some cases from then, and they all had mustaches and were making mustache jokes, and we have mustaches ourselves. It was funny. So yeah, a lot of people like it, uh, and it's very cool. So let's see, Codex. Oh, all right. Overview. So by the way, regarding about the weather, we are going to see how if the people get their power back on, the million that have power outages. We'll see how that goes. And I want to say what else? A good overview about tonight. I talked about the roofing. We talked about the various philosophies, and now at this point, I'm going to be wrapping it up, and then I will be see y'all on the next one. And Passion, I want to say it's very nice to see you again. In chat, by the way, we had a very good night, and see, and I want probably many roofs stopped had damage from what happened. By the way, I'm sure, and it's extremely important to for us to cover these things. Yeah. Oh, and Passion says going to need a grooming sponsorship soon. Yeah, I definitely need to get a grooming sponsorship from them and the different ones. Yeah, yeah, of the beard balms and stuff like that. Yeah, that is true. All right, but shout out to Mary Cherry. All right, shout out to you, Passion, and see you on the next one, Passion. Have a good day and peace, everyone. Is it working? No. There we go.